So my boys, today we start with Path of Exile 1. So I'm done with Path of Exile 2 until we have the new economy reset, and I will showcase my starter. So for those that are new to my channel, I've been doing the same league starter report for more than 5 years now. 16 leagues in a row, I only league start with this build, with Siege Ballista, which is a great starter. Not only that, I tweaked the build for new players and casuals, so if you're new to the game, you'll have a good time. Yeah, this is, in my opinion, this is the best starter that you'll ever play. That's why I keep repeating the same build, because this is very strong. It can do tier 16 maps on a budget. We're talking about 1-2 divines. It's very easy to play. You don't even need to target things. So the build is incredible. You can unlock fully the Atlas by day 2 with this build, etc. But enough talking, let's create a character and see the progression. I'm planning to do multiple Templars, and I will showcase the entire campaign and up to tier 16 maps. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, I just returned to Path of Exile 1, and until we have the new league, I will just do league start practice run to showcase my build. It's in an incredible setup, everyone will love it. So enough talking, let's create a character. One second, I need to make spot. I'm out of characters. We can delete something from standard. Let's see what we have here. Let me check the items, I don't want to have something expensive. What we have here. No, these are cheap. I can delete this one. As you can see, I have a lot of Templars. Yeah. All of them are with Siege Ballista and Shrapnel Ballista, so I really like. I've been playing this build like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I can delete this one. Of course, most of them are 100. I keep deleting them because I'm out of character slots, yeah? But 100, 100 everywhere. Now enough talking, let's go back to Mirage. We created. I had a break, I played Path of Exile 2 recently, but I still remember the progression, you cannot forget it.
For years you built a life upon faith.
The new league is called Curse of the All Flame, yeah?
And is that not the greatest
All Flame.
of all? To lose faith when it's all you have left?
Teach.
You were once the chosen of God.
I'm out of ideas today, we're gonna keep it simple.
Now the chosen of break last and exile.
Yeah, I like this. Too long. Man, you know, all the names are taken. I need to put something long. Are we going to farm 3 mirrors before the new league? Man, I don't care about currency at this point. I will just showcase the progression for my starter. There are a lot of people that want a league starter, and I will just showcase the progression. I have plenty of currency. I will make 3 mirrors in the league. I don't need to make it now. So I've been playing Path of Exile 1 for close to 8 years now, almost daily. Almost daily. So yeah, I don't play a lot of games, but the games that I play are Diablo 2 Resurrected and Path of Exile 1. Now, because we have Path of Exile 2, I try to get used to it, because I know that it is the future. Oh, let me change the title on YouTube. Welcome, welcome everyone. I switched to Path of Exile 1. Give me a second, I need to change the title on YouTube. Because it's still Path of Exile 2. Yeah, we need like 10 seconds. Let me try again. Fuck YouTube. The stream has been... Okay, fine. It changed. So I plan to level multiple Templars, finish the campaign, and we'll also showcase the endgame. And this build works on incredibly low budget, which is incredible. So I'm showing the progression again in case you want to make it. When you look for a league starter, what's important? Too much new players pay attention to the campaign. That's not that important as you think. It's all about the endgame. So if you need to understand, if you finish the campaign in 3 hours, 5 hours, or 7 hours, it's not that important as being able to do tier 16 maps, farming different content. You don't want an expensive build, so you don't want a build that has very expensive items. Yeah. That's more important. A lot of new players actually get stuck in yellow maps. They are happy in the campaign, they finish the campaign really fast, but once they reach yellow maps, they get stuck. And they forced to reroll into another build. Now let's put the loot filter on semi-strict. I use never sync, yeah, default package. So when you look for a starter, you look what's capable of farming in the end game. How are the defenses? How expensive it is? These are the real questions. Yeah, stop looking that much at the campaign. And those guys that finish the campaign in 3 hours, be sure that they practiced a lot. So in order to finish the campaign in 3 hours, they practice thousands of times the campaign. So even if you try to replicate what you see, you will not be able to finish in 3 hours. Yeah, those guys did the campaign hundreds of times. They memorized the layouts. That's why they finish fast. As a new player, all that you need to do is to learn the quest orders, and there are some area secrets. That's it. You don't need to exaggerate. So it's more important to pay attention to the end game. Okay, enough yapping there.
Lion Eye's watch isn't to take care.
Yeah, welcome back.
Fine.
So I'm done for now with Path of Exile 2. When they will do the economy reset, I will come back. Here we take Purifying Flame. So in the past I was using Rolling Magma, but because this is a new player setup, I decided to go Purifying Flame. Why? For Rolling Magma you need to do precise targeting. If the target moves around, you can miss it. With Purifying Flame, even if you miss the target, you still hit it. Yeah, this is great for new players. And this starter, it's for new players. So yeah, we will use Purifying Flame. I used Rolling Magma in the past, but new players complained with Rolling Magma, so I decided to put Purifying Flame. It's still fine, as you will see. Now you have a skill tree that you need to follow. I provided a POB. If you put exclamation mark build, you will have a build guide for this. At the bottom of the build guide, there is a progression for League Start. Okay, we put move only. And we continue. I work on Saturday, never had the chance. And if you work on Saturday, sucks. Sucks. Most of the league starts will happen in a Friday. Hey, welcome. So the new players usually, they pay too much attention to the campaign. I always say this. They need to pay attention on what the build is capable of doing in the end game. Campaign, you do it once, in the end game you stay forever. So what really matters? The end game, of course. And there is another misconception. People say, well, if I finish the campaign in 3-4 hours, then I'll get rich fast because I'll be first to control the market. That's only true in theory. So I have in my list multiple guys in my friend list. By the end of week 3, they have multiple mirrors, and I also have speedrunners in my list. They barely have 50 divine orbs after 3 weeks. So it's not just about that. It's about what strategies you do and how much you can play. These are the real factors for making currency. How many hours you can play per day and what strategy are you doing for farming. This is what really matters. Not that you can cheese the campaign like 2 hours faster. No. Yeah. And most of those guys that speedrun, eventually they will get tired. So they get tired and they go to sleep. When they wake up, they will are no longer first. Others will catch up and all their progress is done. So when they wake up, they are no longer first. So while they were sleeping, others caught up. So stop exaggerating with the campaign. I should make a video on it actually. Here for the ROAS, you need to attack once and you move. Because they can kill you if you don't do it like this. One attack and you move, one attack and you move. If you stand still, you will die quite fast as a new player here. Sometimes you have a lot of them. So one attack, you move, one attack, you move. Yeah, you know I'm excited. I wanted to play this. So with Path of Exile 2, it was a great league, but I got bored, man. I got bored. I mean, what we can do? We can do Abyss, we can do Sexpedition, and... We're waiting for the next patch and economy reset. Since we have the official reveal in December, they should add Act 5, so they will add Act 5. We will not have Oriat. We will have Oriat and we will not have the interlude acts, that's what I want to say. When the game will be fully revealed, we don't have the interlude acts anymore. I need to focus a little, because here if I don't move like this, I will die. You take the ammo. So you can see this one, Purifying Flame, even if you miss the target, you still hit it. With Rolling Flame, if the target moves, you can miss it. And the new players complain a lot about Rolling Magma, so I decided to drop it. So Purifying Flame, it's greater for new players. Look, you always hit the target, always. Even if you miss. That's why it's better. Is this Fab gun? This, no, I mean, you're the... Shut up. You're the same guy that said it in Path of Exile 2. Yeah, for those that missed it, I only have one starter in Path of Exile 1 that I perfected all across the years. So this starter was adapted for casual players and youth players. And I played it 16 leagues in a row. Let me type it for you. 16 leagues in a row. Wait, can I type? So this build, I played it 16 leagues in a row, which is incredible. I want to reach 20. So I always wanted to do 20 leagues in a row. So I need 4 more leagues. The next one will be the 17 league. But it's great, you will love it. It's especially good for the end game. Most of the people that know POEGuy, they know me for this build. Who the fuck is that guy? Then go play Fabgun's build. But my boy, if you like Fabgun build, go play that and don't watch this. But you need to understand that his builds usually tend to be expensive and also squishy. If you don't invest a lot of currency, it will be squishy. That's another problem. But yeah, do whatever you want. So that tends to be the problem with... I don't want to talk about other creators like this. Do whatever you want. So you're free to do whatever build you want, yeah? Actually, because I lost my focus and I forgot to take my portal here. Oh. I was reading the chat and actually I forgot to take the portal here. So when you read Ditch Cave, you need to take the portal. Remember, I had a break with Path of Exile 2, so here you need to go to town the moment you go here. There are some gems that we need to take. You go and you get Holy Flame Totem. This one, we need to take it. I will also take Frostblade. Great. As a matter of fact, let me put the build guide on the screen because some of you don't know the build. I'll tell you where to look for it. Yeah, give me a second. I need to do some clicks here. Beautiful. Let me refresh here. Okay, here is the build guide, yes? If you open the link, you have here a navigation panel at the top. If you go clear, it says League Start Leveling Progression. So this is the general build for the end game. But the leveling progression, it's here. You click it and it will redirect you. And this is for League Start. Everything, including the POB. If you click it, this will be the POB for leveling. You also have some notes section. But you also can read it here. It tells you for each act what you need to do. Including the support gems. Yeah. And here we transition to Explosive Arrow, and then we transition to Siege Ballista. It even tells you, if you're new to the game, when to take the labs, so it's easy to do when you cannot die. Great. I wanted to show you this. So we need to have Holy Flame Totem, Purifying Flame, Frostblink. This we added in Act 2. Compassion, let me check it. Okay, Flame Wall I need to buy. This we buy now from the vendor. I repeat, you have a POB also.
Yes?
So here I will take Flame Wall. Now I need some blue sockets. We will fix it in a second. Yeah, I need some blue sockets here.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Still alive.
You check with the vendors here, take whatever you see with blue. Anyway, in Act 1, priority are sockets. So you prioritize sockets over any other field, yeah? They don't give a lot of armor anyway. So let's put them here.
Farewell. Greeting.
So what's the idea with Flame Wall? When the Holy Flame Totem will shoot and will pass to the Flame Wall, they will get added fire damage, so you do more damage. So let's put the gems here. Let me see. Let me put Holy Flame Totem here. Let's put Flame Wall so everyone can see it here. And we put Frostblink. Something like this. The rotation will start like this. You put the totem, you put Flame Walls, and you can supplement with Holy Flame. Always start with the totem. This I can take. So I repeat, Act 1 and 2 are a little slower. The moment we transition to Explosive Arrow in Act 3, it will be fast as fuck, this setup. So it's a little slow here in Act 1 and 2, but starting Act 3, it's fast as fuck, until the end game. Holy Flame Totem did receive a buff, so was buffed. It will shoot one additional projectile in starting Act 2 late. Yeah, I'm trying to get used to... In Path of Exile 2, I was playing with the WSD. Here it doesn't work. And I'm still tempted to use it. So I need some time to get used to it again. So when you return to Path of Exile 1 after Path of Exile 2, you're tempted to move with the keyboard. I'm still pressing it here. So I need some time to get used to it again. So as I move here, I press WSD. I need some time. Yeah, welcome everyone. Take this. So this point I cannot go back. I league started 16 leagues in a row. I need to reach 20. So even if I want to make another starter, I simply cannot. Everyone knows me for this starter. I will keep playing it. And it's strong. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is the best starter that I ever played. It's all about the end game. It's really good. You can do tier 16 mobs for like under 2 diviners. Also, it's very safe to play. It can do all the content from the Atlas. Repeat from the Atlas in tier 16. So it's also a good build. The fuck? Oh, it's resistance to fire. He wants to ruin my stream. I need to take my Flask quest, yeah? Yeah, the Mirage mobs tend to be a little imbalanced at the start, I agree with you. So the start, if you get them. Now let's do the quest here for the Flask. Yeah, I said it, Path of Exile 1 has a better endgame than Path of Exile 2. Some people got upset, but this is the reality. So I said it very clearly, the endgame from Path of Exile 1 is superior. The Atlas skill tree is superior. We have much more content that we can farm and yeah, so it's better than endgame. Eventually Path of Exile 2 will get there, but it needs like 2 more years. So it's on the right track, Path of Exile 2, but it needs more time. I mean, I don't know why people get upset. Maybe they didn't play the lot Path of Exile 1. So when it comes to the endgame, Path of Exile 1 simply it's superior. I don't know why some Saki boys get upset when I say this. This game has been released for a long time, it makes sense. They added a lot of content, a lot of diversity. The Atlas skill tree feels different. When you take the points, they really matter. Yeah, it's not like in Path of Exile 2. You take the points in the Atlas, you really don't care. I also don't like the fact that you can unlock all the points. Who the fuck is that guy? I'm not selling anything. So in this run, I will not sell anything. We can also do this trick. So I save my portal scrolls, yeah.
This is neither
The rolling magma does slightly more damage, but for new players it's a mess because they will miss a lot. Initially when I league started, I was using rolling magma, but people complained that they cannot target, so that's why I went back to purifying flame.
stay sharp.
Yeah, so I used to use rolling magma, but people complain that they cannot target well. And purifying flame, even if you miss, you still hit the enemy. So it's better for new players. Yeah, welcome everyone. So look, even if you miss, you still hit them. Anyway, in Act 2, we swapped to 2 totems. So in Act 2, we don't use Purifying Flame or Rolling Magma anyway. We swap to a 2 totem combo. Even lazier to play. You press less buttons. So I tried my best to simplify as much as I can so people don't press too many buttons. Nobody enjoys pressing too many buttons. Just in Act 1 you need to press more buttons, but starting Act 2 it's done. You can put more play modes, yeah, more than one. You go here. I know there are a couple of people that didn't play Path of Exile 1, and when they see the graphics, they don't like it. Simply based on the graphics. They say, man, I don't like the graphics. Yeah, I play it for the complexity. You have so many skill gems, support gems, and things to do in the endgame. That's why I like complex games. And Path of Exile 1, it's much more complex than Path of Exile 2 at the moment. Because they will do updates, and they will also make better Path of Exile 2 with each new update that they do. So the game, it's great. It will get even better Path of Exile 2, but it needs more time. That's it. Probably 2 years. Another thing that I don't like, maybe you will disagree with me, but I find Path of Exile 2 way easier. Even the bosses, the pinnacle bosses from Path of Exile 2 are easy, man. Easy, a lot of builds can do them, and actually they can do them quite easy and fast, a lot of builds. It's not the same in Path of Exile 1. So the pinnacle bosses from Path of Exile 1 are much more harder than the ones from Path of Exile 2. Oh, the only thing that they will nerf is kinetic pusilage, how the fuck you call it. That skill will get destroyed. Even without totems, it pushes too much damage. So kinetic fusilage, the gem, it's unbalanced. Even if you don't do totems, it's still broken as fuck. So that skill gem will get destroyed. They talked about it actually. That will get nerfed. Usually after the reveal stream, there is an interview with Ziggy D, and they will publish the patch notes, yeah? My boy, we don't do content in Act 1, man. So if you're doing the Legion here, you're a sucky boy. You skip it. You don't get a great loot. You can die very easy. So that's the thing. In Act 1, you don't want to interact too much with special content. Usually we skip it. 90% of the players, they will skip the content from Act 1 and 2. So the Legion that you see in there, you don't do it. Anyway, you don't get anything great. Minion Pact, yes, it will also get destroyed. It's too powerful. So yeah, I agree. Minion Pact will also get nerfed. It's pretty powerful. Now this is the first run after a break with Path of Exile 2, so I apologize as I'm not that fast. Usually I finish the campaign in 6 hours. So I'm not a speedrunner, I play quite normal, yeah. For me 6 hours is more than enough. So every time I do the campaign in Path of Exile 1, I finish it in 6 hours.
Make your wish.
Take this experience.
The pursuit of wisdom never ends.
Will they add Mirage to core? There is a probability that they will add it. Why I say this? First of all, they put too much effort into the Shrine belt. So in Mirage League we have a new belt, and they put a lot of effort into that belt. So that belt, in my opinion, will go core at some point. And they can also add the Mirage. So randomly when you open a map, you know, you can find the Sentinel, Viridian Wildwood for Wisps, and now you can also find the Mirage. You will not have skill points on the Atlas stage, just random encounter in the map. So I think they will add it to core, yes. So I think the Mirage will get added to core. If not in this league, maybe in the future. That belt, they put too much effort. Usually when they put a lot of effort into an item, they will add it to core. Yeah, we will see. I don't know for sure if they will add it in this league, 329, but I'm pretty sure they will add Mirage to core. So it will be like every 10 maps, every 15 maps, you're expected to get a random Mirage map. In your map, you get a random Mirage. Yeah, that's it. That's how it will work.
I must have time to gather my will.
We are victorious.
See, I have gloves. Yeah, but I like this one with free blue. In Act 1, sockets have priority over stats. So you try to get the sockets that you need for your gem setup, it's more important. What are you doing in POE 1? I'm scratching my dick. I'm practicing, we have a new league now, I do league start practice. Remember, I've been playing Path of Exile 1 for 8 years now. So my main game is Path of Exile 1. I played almost daily Path of Exile 1 for 8 years. So almost daily in this game. We have a new league pretty soon, and as the title tells you, if you check the YouTube title, you will see I am doing practice run. Practice run. I know how to league start. I'm doing showcase run. So more correct will be showcase run than practice run. The fuck? Here it is. So starting now, I will level multiple Templars. I'm mostly interested to show you the end game. Yeah. So for me, the campaign is nothing. It's all about the end game. When you pick your starter, you want a starter that's not too expensive in the end game, that can do a lot of content. You don't press too many buttons because it can be a pain too. So it's all about the end game. When you pick a starter, stop paying too much attention to the campaign. If you finish the campaign in 4, 5, 7, even 8 hours, it's the same. You want a build that's capable of farming tier 16 maps without problems, different content. You want a build that's not too expensive, that's what matters. Yeah? Many new players, they get stuck in yellow maps. If you open the global channels on League Start, you'll see a lot of new players, they start complaining. They picked a starter and they get stuck in yellow maps, they cannot advance, and they're forced to reroll into a new build. Because they pay too much attention to the campaign. I will go tier 16 maps. So when I do a showcase, I do with everything. We do Maven, Uber Elder, Eater of Worlds, Sinning Exile.
I must have time to
Yeah.
gather my will.
I want to show people that you don't need expensive items for the build to do tier 16. And that's the problem. If someone is new to Path of Exile 1, they don't know what exactly they need to do. And they will watch whatever other people do. And there are a lot of people that will speed rush the campaign and then they will think that they need to do the same. No. As a new player, all that you need to know is the quest order, in which order you need to complete the quest. And there are some area secrets that can save you time. That's it. That's it. You don't need to exaggerate for the campaign. And even if you see someone that finishes the campaign in 3 hours, if you try to replicate, you will not do the same thing. Because they practiced a lot. So people that finish the campaign in 3 hours, they did a lot of practice. Like a lot, thousands of runs. That's why. They memorize the layouts. So even if you try to get the same time, you will not get it. This build is not for Simulacrum Wave 15. So in case you don't know, in Path of Exile 1, Simulacrum on League Start, less than 5% of the builds can do it because it's harder than Path of Exile 2. So on League Start, 95% of the builds cannot farm Simulacrum on League Start. It's way harder than Path of Exile 2 Simulacrum here. If you want to farm Simulacrum, do something else. Like Detonate Dead or something. Crap like that. So Simulacrum in Path of Exile 2, it's easy. Let's be clear, compared to Path of Exile 1. Here we take Combustion. Okay.
Take care.
Let's see, here we take Clarity. Let me sell the items here. Now, ideally, I would want to get, let's see, Holy Flame Totem. We need to put to Combustion. Okay, we check with the vendor. Let me see here. So I'm looking at the colors, yeah? No. Very unlucky, very unlucky. It is what it is. I will drop it eventually. So I need... Oh, look, I have it here. Okay, we put here one red and Combustion. And Flame Well. Give me a sec. So you prioritize the socket colors in Act 1, not stats. Frost Blink, Flame Wall, Clarity. I need another blue. Take this one. Let me move here this one. Put it here. What I have? Holy Strike, no. Hollow Support, no. This we delete. And I can put Clarity here. Okay, fine. Now we continue.
Farewell.
When they mentioned KF nerf, after the reveal stream in 328, there was an interview with Ziggy D, yeah? In that interview, they talked about kinetic fuselage. Ziggy D asked, do you know that kinetic fuselage is broken, yeah? And they said, we know, but we will fix it in 329, yeah? So in that interview, he said, in 328, we will not touch it, but in 329, we will tweak it and we will fix it. They know that it's unbalanced. So yeah, they talked early about it. But it was too much hype, too many content creators talked about kinetic fuselage, so they decided to leave it like that so people can have fun. But the gem is too broken. I repeat, even without totems, it's strong. So even if you don't go totems, it's still strong. The skill gem. It's unbalanced. It's an unbalanced skill gem. Okay, let me get this flask. Take a point. So as a new player, if you want to do faster campaign, the first thing that you need to learn is the quest order. So you need to learn the main quest and how to, the order in which you need to complete them, that's it. My plan for the Atlas will be Blight. Blight gives you a lot of experience. It's also easy and brainless to do, yeah? From Blight I will transition to Ritual or Ultimatum. But first I go with Blight. It's also great for new players, Blight. If you watch a guide, you can do Blight. Even with any build you can do actually Blight. Any build you play, you can do Blight. My boy, Robbie Space, thank you for the support, man. Have a blast today with me. We have weekend too. So it's Friday. The real fun will happen in Act 3 when I transition to Explosive Arrow. So this is Act 1. When we reach Act 3, I'll do the Explosive Arrow transition and it becomes lazy as fuck to play. So that's the fun part when I reach Act 3. So Acts 1 and 2 are a little slower compared to Acts 3 up to tier 16. It's not that slow, but it's a little slower, as you can see. Boss, if I don't have Blight stash, do I still go Blight? Yeah, you can still do it. Blight's stash is just for the oils and blighted maps. So you take a normal regular stash tab and you put affinity for Blight. Yeah? Because for the Blight stash tab you have just the blighted maps and the oils. Put affinity to Blight in the stash tab and you still can do Blight without problems. It's not like the Fragment tab or Divination card tab. Regarding the league mechanic that they spoiled, I think we will have a side area similar to this one. So it will be a cave. Yeah, it will not be a mechanic with water, I think. Yeah, they don't have time to design special things for Path of Exile 1 when they have the release of Path of Exile 2 pretty soon. Yeah, they don't have time. And if they design something complex, it will only be for Path of Exile 2, so they will implement it in Path of Exile 2 and they want to test it in Path of Exile 1.
What is your desire?
So it will be an area like this, where you need to kill some monsters to get some rewards. This is what I think, so this is my speculation. This is the Old Flame, by the way. Huh? So here we interact with the Old Flame in Act 1 for the first time. So regarding the new league, this is the Old Flame. Oh, I don't have it anymore. It's great, very great took it. Put some flame walls, put the totem, and we supplement with Purifying Flame. When you have your totem and flame walls, you will shoot with Purifying Flame. Let me clean my inventory. So the reveal stream, it's like in 6 days, no? 6 days. People will go crazy after they reveal the patch. We'll see, everyone will go crazy.
Welcome.
Okay. Let's put it here, is better. Can even put an augmentation, yeah. Right. We go here. I think I skipped the crab quest, no? For some reason. I was reading the chat. Yeah, I need to do it. It gives you a skill point. Let's do it now. Hey boss, I was wondering if I have enough spirit in pet for Pet of Exile 2, if Berserk would be a smart option for the Martyr build. If you have enough spirit, you can take it, but you need to disable it. So Berserk, you will just enable it for bosses, because it will lower your life quite fast. So since the max version uses Rage, you can use Berserk, yes. The only problem is you will need to disable it because it will chunk your life down pretty fast. So I would recommend Berserk just for bosses. I even tested Berserk, you know, a few leagues ago, and I decided not to use it because the damage was incredible. So when you finalize the build, you should do a lot of damage. Berserk is not required. But if you need extra damage, you can use it. If you have the spirit. So if you have the spirit for it, you can use it. I used Berserk in patch 0.4. How did you like the Path of Exile 2 League overall? Well, they did major changes. First of all, I like that they try to make a more complex Atlas tree. So the Atlas skill tree, I love it. The only problem is the points are shit. But the fact that they want to make a more complex Atlas skill tree, this is what I like. The skill points that we allocate are shit. They don't feel that impactful, but I like the new Atlas skill tree. It's better. I'm not a fan of the new expedition. I know a lot of you farm expedition. I personally don't enjoy it in Path of Exile 2. I like the old expedition, personal preference. So they reward expedition. I don't like it that much. Yeah. Another thing that I don't like, if you want to instill your amulet, you need to interact with Delirium. I don't like this either. So maybe I want to put an instillment without doing the Delirium quest. Yeah? I don't want to do the Delirium quest so in order to anoint my amulet. This is another thing that I don't like in Path of Exile 2. And if you want to instill the amulet, you need to open a separate area and you need to go to that altar. I don't like it. I want to do it from my hideout. Let's sell everything here. So yeah. You can sell this and this.
Farewell.
Farewell.
So the complicated thing for new player is to get used to the gem system, yeah, in Path of Exile 1. This is the only problem. If you're playing for the first time, this is the only problem. You will get stuck. So we put the skill gems in the items and you need to get used to this. Other than that, it's not hard. Even with the skill tree, even though there are many nodes everywhere, for your build you just focus on a small area. So you don't care about all the points that you see, you just focus on your build guide and you take the nodes from the build guide to get started. As much as I want, I cannot make videos now because we need to see the patch notes. So usually when I talk about my starter, I need to see the patch notes, yeah? So I don't like to make reminder videos before the patch notes. As much as I want, I cannot. You know, we can get indirect nerfs or indirect buffs, etc. That's why. We can even get new support, you never know. We actually got a nerf. I mean, all the builds got a nerf in 3.28. Was, you know, with the removal of Awakened Gems. So Awakened Gems, especially Awakened Cold Damage, was giving us a lot of flat extra cold damage. Yeah? So by removing Awakened Gems, we got a nerf. But a lot of builds got touched by that. So it's not just me. Though I played the Ancestors event, and all the currency that I made will get migrated to Mirage League.
Your wish.
Yeah, and I have 3 mirrors. We're gonna do an expensive gamble. We're gonna do a very expensive gamble. I'm thinking about the Shrine Belt. I'm gonna buy 2 quad tabs of Shrine Belts.
My Lord of Light.
Okay, let's go here. So for those that don't know the starter, Act 1 and 2 are a little slower compared to Act 3 until the end game. It's not that slow, but a little slower compared to Act 3. In terms of flask, I would recommend 2 Quicksilver flask. When you get another one, you should use it. Don't exaggerate. 2 Quicksilver flask is more than enough. You don't need more flasks. Oh, yeah. Oh shit. There are some sirens here that detonate, yeah?
My mana is spent.
Let's click all the buttons. Put everything here. Now let's do the boss here. Man, you can use the same gem setup and you put Rolling Magma if you like it. I repeat, in the past I was using Rolling Magma and the new players started complaining that they cannot target the enemies, especially if they move. And because of that I went back to Purifying Flame. So initially I was using Rolling Magma and I dropped it and I went with Purifying Flame because it's easier for new players. Anyway, we use it just for Act 1. Because in Act 2 we're gonna swap to 2 totems. You will see, pretty soon I will drop Purifying Flame and we'll just focus with 2 totems. So I was using Rolling Magma in the past, I just dropped it because new players cannot target. And here, even if you miss the enemy, you still hit it with Purifying Flame. Okay. Done.
A woman corrupted beyond human. This forest is so twisted. I pray that
You don't need to rush. Even for the Siege Ballista swap, you can stay longer with Explosive Arrow. If you want, you can even get a 5 link. And same with Shrapnel Ballista, you don't need to rush it. Also, I need to remind you that it's a different build, so it's optional. The transition to Shrapnel Ballista, it's optional. You don't need to swap to it if you don't want. So Siege Ballista and Shrapnel Ballista are two different builds, but similar in playstyle. Swapping to Shrapnel Ballista later, it's optional. You can push Siege Ballista and you stay with it. You don't need to make Shrapnel. Okay, here when I go, I like to start with the right side. So we go here.
Neither the time nor the place.
Look, I forgot to enable clarity. Beautiful. You can do the quest here with the beast. It will give you another quicksilver, but I don't want to do it. The campaign should take me 6 hours. I always finish the campaign in 6 hours. Always. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm playing normal. No, I'm not stressing myself too much. When I say stressing, I mean pressing too many flasks or using two movement skills. Some people like to put shield charge with frost blink. I don't play like that. It's very stressful. What I recommend here, if you find the Einhar in Act 2, you should not kill the beasts. Take forever. When you swap to Explosive Arrow, you can kill as many beasts as you want, but in Act 2, if you find beasts like this, you should skip them. They tend to be very tanky, that's why. Especially the red beast. Here it's a big change. The moment you take Ancestral Bond, you're gonna have two totems, but we're gonna swap, we no longer use Purifying Flame. So when I summon, you summon two totems. Purifying Flame is no longer required. I will drop it. Where the fuck it is here? We no longer use it. Now the setup just got simplified. It will be just Holy Flame totems and Flame Walls because they will give added fire damage to the totems. Remember what I told you about Red Beast? Fuck, we have it here. We don't fight Red Beast in Act 2. I always stream on League Start. What do you mean? I always stream. Actually, when it's League Start, I stream like 12 hours. I stream even more. Here we kill all the bandits. I suggest you go in this corner. So it's better to kill it in this corner, yeah? Make sure you have two totems. Put the two totems, put flame walls now, and you wait. You don't need to target anything, just put the totems and the flame walls and you wait again. You should not die.
Oh, nothing. Not even the life you wasted on spite and avarice.
Okay, let's go here. We have a skill point at the bottom. So now the setup got simplified. You just put the totems and flame walls. You no longer need to use Purifying Flame. Of course, you can do more damage if you upgrade your scepters. Yeah, you will have gold from the campaign, and you can gamble the gold and buy a better scepter. You should do it actually. When I take the next waypoint, I will gamble a little. Gamble scepters, in the 2 free hits, you'll find an upgrade. I mean, this is shit, what the heck. Can you push Siege Ballista to Grailing Gauntlet? No. You can do normal ultimatum with 10 waves. I need to remind you, in Path of Exile 1, few builds can do Grailing Gauntlet. Literally 95% of the builds cannot do Grailing Gauntlet. There are mirror tier builds that cannot do Grailing Gauntlet, yet alone on League Start. So I'm telling you, probably you're new to the game. So Grailing Gauntlet, less than 95% of the builds can do it. It's ultimatum with 13 waves, for those that don't know. There are multiple mirror tier builds, like builds with 10 mirrors of Kalandra cannot do Grailing Gauntlet, yet alone on League Start. So I'm gonna farm ultimatum with 10 waves if I'm playing Siege Ballista. Okay, let's go to town. You should have gold at this point. You will gamble scepters. In each town there is a vendor that will allow you to gamble. And you go here, random scepter, and you buy a couple of them. I'm use even this one, it's better. But you get the idea. It will cost a little gold. No, if it's League Start, it will not cost a lot of gold. Look, even here on the implicit, it gives me 20 elemental damage, which is better. But you got the idea. You will save your gold and you gamble scepters for Acts 1 and 2. Okay, we go back.
You've done well.
Let's check what we have.
Choose what you wish.
Next league, we will no longer have Mirage in the campaign. Actually, we should not interact with Mirage, in my opinion, because we will not have it next league. We're gonna have another mechanic in the campaign. Let's take this. You should not use a shield. You either use the dual wield scepters or you dual wield wands. It's in the build guide, it tells you. So don't use a shield.
I must have time to gather my will.
When is the next league? In 2 weeks. Very close to 2 weeks. 24th of July. So it's official, and 24th of July it starts. The full reveal stream will be in 6 days. No, I'm playing on my main account. I already have the trials. I know very well. So I have separate accounts. When it's getting closer to League Start, I will play on separate accounts. But now, I will just play on this one. It's my main account. And I already have all the trials unlocked. So towards the start, I will play on separate accounts. But now I'm playing on my main account. So all the trials are already done.
I have going.
Actually, there is a thing here that I want to do pretty soon. So they did a change to Holy Flame Totem. They added a new tag. Now it has the area of effect tag. So in the past, Holy Flame Totem didn't have this tag, area of effect. And I want to use a new support gem here. So I will change the support that we're gonna use. 1 second, I need to do the quest at the top and then I will buy the gems. Transition when it will be in Act 3. I repeat, you have a build guide for this, for the campaign. It shows you all the transition phases. You can put exclamation mark build in the YouTube chat. So this is temporary setup until I reach Act 3. This is not hardcore viable. And also the Siege Ballista setup has some mandatory uniques which can suck to get. So I don't recommend this build on hardcore, I don't recommend this build on solo self-found. It's in the build guide, by the way. Orgy Boss, thank you for the bits. Man, thank you, I hope you have a beautiful league start and a good weekend tomorrow. Thank you, man, I appreciate it. Is there an alternative to Holy Flame Totem? It's the most sucky part of the build, Holy Flame Totem. Man, why you don't like it? It's quite good. So let me explain why I'm using it, because you can go brands if you like. The reason I'm using Holy Flame Totem, because when I transition to Explosive Arrow, everything stays the same, so we don't swap anything from the skill tree. If you go with brands, yeah, for example, you will need to drop a lot of points and you will not have gold for it. So everything was calculated. When I transition in Act 3 to Explosive Arrow Ballista, we don't swap anything from the skill tree. So that's why we need to go Holy Flame Totem. So we don't change anything from the skill tree, you don't need to spend gold. So Holy Flame Totem is the best thing that you can use. But I don't know why you don't like it, it's actually quite easy to play. The damage is not that bad, look. It received a buff in 328, it shoots one additional projectile, so one extra projectile. And yeah, it's not that bad as you think. So in case you missed it, the patch 328 they buffed Holy Flame Totem, they will shoot one additional projectile. Yeah? They received a small buff. Also, you don't need to target, another benefit. A lot of new players, they love Holy Flame Totem. All that they need to do is to drop the totems on the ground and they supplement with Holy Flame. So yeah, the other option is to go with brands Armageddon brand if you don't like Holy Flame Totem. Or you can focus on rolling magma. So instead of putting Holy Flame Totem, you just focus on rolling magma, but it's stressful, you need to target very carefully the enemies. So you can go with rolling magma and you focus on that. Yeah, I mean, you don't take this keystone here, Ancestral Bone, and you stay with the rolling magma. You can do that if you want. So this build can do all the content in tier 16 and 16.5, everything from the Atlas, everything. Ritual, Ultimatum, Abyss, Blight, Expedition, no problem. Everything can do. On low budget, which is important. We're talking under 5 divines, you can do that. Oh, it's possessed. Beautiful. You can also dual wield wands. If you don't like scepters, you can use wands. But not this one. It needs to have fire damage to attacks on the implicit, not this one. It can also do delve, but not deep delve.
Piety will
Delve up to depth 300.
piety.
Yeah. So yeah, it can do delve too, but up to depth 300 on League Start. I will show it actually if you want. We can use Herald of Ash here.
Terrible far.
I get piety. Go with.
Yeah, here it's a support that I want to use. So I will do a change for the... Where the fuck it is? No, I need to do another quest. I think the Weaver, I need to do it.
This is neither the time nor
Okay, now we go to the left.
I must have time to gather my will.
So I need to repeat for all the new players, what really matters for a League starter, it's how the build performs in the endgame. That's what you want to look for. Fuck the campaign. If you want to learn something from POEGuy, this is what you need to learn. Fuck the campaign. So if you finish the campaign in 3 hours, that doesn't mean it's a good starter, yeah? A good starter, it's a build that can do tier 16 or with low budget, few buttons, and do different content. It can farm different content. That's a good starter. If you finish the campaign in 3 hours and you get stuck in yellow maps, that's a shit starter, yeah? So a build can be incredibly fast in the campaign, but shit in the endgame. And considering that the campaign you do it once, and in the endgame you stay forever, the endgame is what really matters. Yeah? For the bandits, we kill all the bandits. You check the waypoint. If the waypoint is to the left of the road, the bandit will be to the left. If the waypoint is to the right of the road here, then the bandit will be to the right. So now, because I have the waypoint to the left, Alira will be to the left. So we'll be here to the left side. You don't buy Replica Alberon on League Start because it will be expensive. Anyway, Siege Ballista does not require a Replica Alberon. Replica Alberon is for Shrapnel. You don't even have it on the market. On the first 2 days, you don't have Replica on the market anyway. So you put the totems and you put some flame walls to get added fire damage.
You are thus blessed, daughter of God. He will show you what true friendship
You
is.
can put it here, yeah. Boss, you really want to practice for 2 weeks? Mostly the end game I will practice, but now I had a break with Path of Exile 2. When I say practice, it's showcase actually, because I know the progression. So when I say practice run, I'm actually doing showcase run for new channel visitors. So it's not for me, I don't need to practice this build, I played it like crazy. So I should rename it showcase run, not practice run. So I do it for new channel visitors that want to make the build. So it's not for me. I know very well how to play it, how to progress it. I will, starting tomorrow, I will change the name from practice run to showcase run.
I must have time to gather my will.
Now, if we head the bandit to the left side, the Weaver chamber will be to the right side, so opposite direction. So here will be the Weaver in this direction. Hey, hey, welcome. Actually want to take this one. Today will be a long stream. We finish the campaign and we start doing max. Tomorrow we focus on the end game. I want to showcase all the content from the game with cheap items. So on purpose I will use only cheap items, nothing expensive, and we're gonna do tier 16 maps, all the content from the Atlas, everything. Ritual, Ultimatum, Abyss, Legion, Expedition. When I play when I want, my boy. Frankie, I play when I want to play, now I play. Anyway, a lot of people started doing practice run. So what's the problem? If you go now on Twitch, you will see a bunch of people doing practice runs. I also want to do practice run. As a matter of fact, people ask me to show practice runs. We have new people from Path of Exile 2 that want to make my starter. And I'm showing the campaign progression. Anyway, I got bored with Path of Exile 2. So I got bored with Path of Exile 2. I have a lot of currency, I have high level, I simply got bored with it. It was fun, but eventually you get bored. Yeah, I'm waiting for an economy reset in Path of Exile 2 and I will return. The best time to play is when you have a league start. So you put the totems here and you supplement with flame walls. Very easy to play. Now you need to watch your totems because they will die. When they will die, you resummon. My boy, I repeated that a lot of times, but I love to repeat. So rolling magma, I used it in the past. In Act 1, I was using rolling magma, but because we have a lot of new players, they started complaining. They said, man, we don't like rolling magma, because if the target moves, it's hard for us to attack. And that's why I swapped to purifying flame. This is a new player-friendly setup, and new players cannot target with rolling magma. You need to have some experience when you shoot the enemies. And because we have so many new players, I decided to go with Purifying Flame. Because even if you miss the enemy, you still hit it. So even if you miss with Purifying Flame, you still hit the enemy. It's better for new players. So in the past, I was using Rolling Magma, I just had to drop it. People started complaining and I had to drop it. In Purifying Flame, it's easier for new players, that's why. Okay. So if you watch on YouTube my old Siege Ballista progression, I was using Rolling Magma, not Purifying Flame. But I had to drop it because new players complained a lot. They said that they cannot target the enemies. Here actually I should prepare a special tab, 1 second. Let me find this empty tab. Oh. Need an empty tab. You know what? I'll put it here. Give me a second. I'll use this tab just for this progression. I'm not allowed to use any other tab. Put here... let me put showcase because actually I'm showcasing. Showcase 1. And let's put it here at the top. Yeah, and I'm gonna use just this tab here for this run. Okay. Here there is a change that I want to do. So let's put the build guide on the screen. Here is the build guide. If you go to Act, here it tells Elemental Focus. Now there is a change that they did. We have Holy Flame Totem, Combustion, Elemental Focus. They did a change in page 328. They added to Holy Flame Totem the Area of Effect tag. And because of that, I want to use another gem instead of Elemental Focus. Give me a second. We go back to the game. Now I forgot the name. This one. Concentrated Effect. So this will be a change that I will do. We no longer use Elemental Focus. Instead, I will use Concentrated Effect. It's better. So this is a change that I will do for the League Start progression. I need the colors now. 1 second. So I need 2 blue, 1 red. Need Gamble a Scepter here. Give me a second. We can use the chromatic one. Here, 2 blue, 1 red. I got it. And let's put the support gem. So this is a change that I will do. Because we received our area of effect tag on Holy Flame Totem, I'm gonna use concentrated effect. This is superior. I will need to tweak the POB and all that stuff. This is better. Now let me return a quest in Act 1. Man, oh shit, let me move my webcam, I just noticed. Let's put it here. Here.
I thought you were a fool for seeking.
Here we don't take anything, just take whatever.
Goodbye.
Quite a step.
Take the book.
Stay sharp out there.
Elemental overload, a lot of damage here.
This is neither the time nor the place.
We go to Act 2 and we go here. The last bandit should be Oak. You start with the weak bandits, Caitlyn and Alira. Oak tends to be tankier. By the time you do Oak, you'll have more levels and more upgrades. So I repeat, Oak you kill the last. Because he's tanky. Pretty soon, in the next act, I will transition to Explosive Arrow. How do you know Elemental Overload is active? This is a very common question that I get. You see this diamond? This diamond under the icon means that Elemental Overload Keystone is active. So here is the Holy Flame Totem skill. You have a diamond at the bottom. And this means that it triggered the Elemental Overload Keystone, which means that you do 40% more elemental damage. So pay attention here to the diamond. This means that the keystone is active. I got this question a lot. In Act 2, I suggest you skip Red Beasts. When you transition to Explosive Arrow, you can kill as many as you want, but not in Act 2. Red Beasts are very, very tanky, that's why. You're wasting your time. Try to fight him in a corner. And now, because we left Oak the last bandit, it will be much faster to kill it. Yep. So you start with Caitlyn, then you do Alira, and the Oak you keep the last bandit. And you will kill it much faster.
You dare to speak for peace.
Now we go
outlaw?
here, fire damage.
There's the beast you have eyes around you.
So I'm giving explanations of what I'm doing because some people will watch the Twitch VODs later and maybe they want to follow. Okay, let me try to kill the red beast. Usually you should not kill it, but I want to show you how hard they die. So they take forever to kill. That's why you should skip it in Act 2. Also, this one teleports. Where it is one? See? So red beasts are ultra tanky, especially if you kill them in Act 2. Usually you need to skip them. This one also moves, teleports, terrible. So I recommend you skip them.
You hunt well.
This we can use it here. Yellow beasts are easy, they will die fast. So this beast, yellow beast, will die very fast. No problem. You see? Red beasts are the problem. the fun part of Path of Exile, it's the end game. Of course, the campaign is quite boring for a lot of people. So the fun part, when you reach the end game, when you upgrade the build and you interact with the end game content. That's the fun part. Beautiful, it's possessed, I need to kill it. The gameplay, it's easy. That's why I prefer Holy Flame Totem. It's very easy to play. Just put the totems, put some flame walls, everything dies. You don't even need to target.
I must have time to gather my will.
Here, you should never corrupt your weapons. You can corrupt anything you want, but not your weapon. Because it can break your weapon, that's why. No, I don't like this place too much, yeah. Okay, we take this one. And here we have a powerful mastery. Gives you 100% increased damage for free. Even for explosive armor. Oh, 1 second, I have a phone call, yeah? Give me a moment. One second, I need to make a phone call, it's important. When I say 1 second, I mean 1 minute. 1 second. Okay, done. Sorry about that. It was important.
I must have time to gather my will.
Here with this ritual, I usually skip it. It's a waste of time. But you know, this area gives good experience. If you want to level up before the boss, it's great. It gives good experience. Yeah, I'll use this one, it's better. Yeah, remember this gem change because it's better. We're gonna use concentrated effect. This is a gem that has the area of effect tag, and because they rework Polyflame Totem, now we can use it. It's better. So it will feel better when you play Polyflame Totem if you use concentrated effect. More damage. Here it's an important mastery, you need to take it right away. It gives you 100% increased damage for free. That's a lot of damage. You take this one. Actually, after the stream, I will edit the build guide and I will put concentrated effects so I don't forget. This is an important change. Will give you a lot of extra damage. Let me take this.
I must have time to gather.
You've done well. Choose what you wish.
Wait to see it in Act 3. So this is great, but in Act 3 it's ultra fast, man. When I swap to Explosive Arrow, it's ultra fast. The swap will be pretty soon, like in 20 minutes.
Not return.
Okay, we go here. Almost done. A lot of people came from Diablo 2. So people, when they started playing Path of Exile 1, they transitioned from Diablo 2. So they enjoy Diablo 2, but for years we didn't have any new content. And Path of Exile 1 at that time was very similar to Diablo. I think the developers got some inspiration from Diablo, yes. So Path of Exile 1 got a lot of inspiration from Diablo 2. Diablo 2. Oh, my boy, give me a second, the phone. I'll be back. One minute, important phone call, yeah? 1 minute, I'll be back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Oh, you know, it was important, yeah? I'm pressing WASD. So I pressed a lot of Path of Exile 2. I'm tempted to press the keyboard. So when I open the panel like this, is because I pressed WASD. No. In Path of Exile 1, when you make a build there, you need to make the specific ascendancy. So if in the build guide I said Hierophant, you need to make Hierophant. So the entire build is dependent on the ascendancy. So most of the builds in Path of Exile 1 are dependent on the ascendancy class. So this doesn't mean you can make it with anyone. You ask me about Shadow. Shadow starts here. So you have different nodes in this location, yeah? Also different ascendancy points. So if the build guide tells you Hierophant, you need a Hierophant. It's mandatory. Yeah. I was asking, I was replying on YouTube.
I must have time to gather.
So most of the builds in Path of Exile 1 are ascendancy dependent. So you cannot move them around to make another class. No, doesn't work like that. I was thinking about the change in gaming, what's happening now. And it's not the companies that are changing, are the player base. So the game companies have to adapt to the players. It's not like we have... so the companies, in order to make profit, they need to satisfy the player base. And they are adjusting their games to satisfy the player base. So we have a new generation of players. That's the idea. I wanted to say the problem, but this is the idea. Even Path of Exile 2, they had to adapt the game so they satisfy the players. And similar to Path of Exile 2, we have other games too. So we have a new generation of players. And the game companies try to satisfy them. So what they want, they need to tweak the game to satisfy them. If they are not happy, they will lose customers. So it's not the games that are changing, the players. Very interesting here. New generation of the gamers, and the games are adapting for them. We have a new mentality too. How do I stop being a Saki boy? You watch POEGuy. Watch POEGuy. My specialty is currency making. If you watch POEGuy, you should get rich like in the first 2 weeks. When I say rich, because this is a relative term, I'm talking about more than 200 divine nodes. For some people, you know, 50 divines, it's a lot. No, I'm talking about hundreds of divine nodes. With low investment too. So first of all, you need to make sure that you have a good build. So the amount of currency that you make and fun, it's directly related to the build that you picked for your starter. So you need to have a good starter. That's the first step. First step of making good currency, it's having a good build. Rots, welcome. Good morning.
Where you belong, nightmare.
Yeah, I'm done with Path of Exile 2. For now, until the economy reset, I will just play Path of Exile 1. Started with the Star Showcase runs.
Sarn, birthplace of the Templar. A fitting place to do things right.
We have the reveal stream just in 6 days. Everyone will go crazy and they will return back to the game. Now, Frots, you missed it. There is a change that I did for the build, and we do much more damage with Holy Flame Totem. So what I did here. In patch 328, Holy Flame Totem received the Area of Effect tag. We didn't have it in the past. And because of this, we can use Concentrated Effect, which is way superior. Concentrated Effect. And if we use this one, you can still inflict ailments, and we benefit from 100 increased damage too. So with the old one, you could not inflict ailments, so this one, 100 increased damage was not working. So now this mastery will work, so you get 100% increased damage, and this also gives you more damage too. So this is a change that we're gonna do. You're gonna use a Thrilling, a Combustion, and Concentrated Effect, much more damage this combo. I will tweak the build guide after the stream. You can check the damage, look, it's much more damage. It's like 40% more damage. So with Holy Flame Totem, we're doing much more damage now. Small change, but big damage. When do we get Concentrated Effect? You get it as a quest reward in Act 2. When you kill the Weaver, so you go to the Weaver chamber, you kill the Weaver, then as a quest reward you get Concentrated Effect.
This is neither the time nor the place.
You get it for free.
Stop being a Saki boy. Are you a Saki boy? Are you a Saki boy?
I need to tweak the build guide so I don't forget. Revia in one boss, thank you for the love. I hope you have a good weekend. You know, it's Friday today. Thank you. And welcome.
I must have time to gather my will.
In this act, I will swap to Explosive Arrow. Like in 15 minutes. And the moment I swap, it's ultra easy. Now it's easy, but it will get easier than this. Usually Friday, people have more energy. It's on psychological. When it's Monday, everyone is sluggish. Everyone is slow, they don't want to go to work. You can also check the Twitch vote how I did Act 1. So you missed the act start, you can check the Twitch vote. It's not that hard. Yeah. Here we can go this for these nodes because I will transition to Explosive Arrow pretty soon. Pretty soon we transition. I don't like this layout. Frots, usually a full campaign it takes me 6 hours. Yeah? and I consider myself a veteran player. I don't try to get a better time because it's stressful. So I play with breaks, I play normally, I do all the important quests, and it takes me 6 hours to finish the campaign, which in my eyes it's a good time. So you don't need to exaggerate. So if you get 7 hours or 6 hours, it's more than enough. People that finish the campaign in 3-4 hours, those are speedrunners, they don't take breaks. They use 2 movement skills, a lot of Flask. We don't play like that, it's stressful. I mean, you can drop it down to 7 hours for sure. If you practice Act 1 and 2, you can drop the time to 7 hours. To Act 1 and 2 you need to practice, because when you swap to Explosive Arrow, it's very fast. Try to switch the game engine, he's right.
Life in his right hand, death in his left.
Let me tell you a funny thing regarding my starter. So 4 leagues ago, there was a big problem that we had. I mean, no, 5 leagues ago, not 4, 5 leagues ago. Many of you that played it in the past, you will remember. So when we transition to Explosive Arrow, we have the Ballista support, yeah, that will put the Explosive Arrow Ballista. The moment you summon the Explosive Arrow Ballista, the game would crash. So this was a bug that everyone got it. So people, they made my starter, they transitioned to Explosive Arrow Ballista. The moment they summoned the Ballista, game crashed. Nobody could progress. And they started flooding the Discord server, everyone was complaining, and not my fault. Maybe you remember? Yeah, some here remember. Let's see, put in the chat if you remember. So 5 leagues ago, people transitioned to Explosive Arrow. The moment they would summon the totem, game would crash. They could not complete the campaign. No, if someone from chat was there, please put in the chat. It happened 5 leagues ago. It was a very annoying bug even for me. They fixed it after 1 hour, so pretty late. Here in Act 3, we're gonna add flammability curse. Just for bosses. When you have a boss, you will add flammability to.
A dead man and a living machine.
Something like that, yeah.
There's your truth, heretic.
And where she is? Here. I have lag, 1 second. The black spikes. Oh, I have lag, look. You can see it here. When the spike goes up, I have big lag. Oh, it's something with the server. I don't remember the league. I only know 4 or 5 leagues ago when it happened. So I forgot the league name. Many people got affected. They were flooding my Discord server. So everyone was complaining on the server that they cannot play.
General Gravicius demand.
Okay, let's sell everything. This I can use. Let's put it here.
I need to get.
Someone is asking me it's worth to party playing the campaign if you're new to the game. So let me tell you, if you never played Path of Exile 1 and you still want to finish the campaign fast, you go here to public parties on League Start and you will see a lot of parties. Now you don't see anything, but when it's League Start you see hundreds of parties, and you play in a party, you finish the campaign fast, even though you don't know the quest order, you just follow those guys around. So yeah, if you're new to the game, you will play in a public party, you can finish the campaign still like in 7-8 hours. even if you never played it before. You just follow the team and they will show you where you need to go. So yeah, if you're new to the game, you can play in a party
I must
if you like it.
have time to gather my will.
So on Leaguestar there are hundreds of parties. If you check now for parties, you will not find. But on Leaguestar there are hundreds. In 10 minutes we transition to Explosive Arrow, which is a game changer. So this is nice, but Explosive Arrow is like 4 times better than what you see here. Yeah. What are your main tips for arts? Man, if you're new to Path of Exile 1, you should watch a guide on the quest progression. So you need to know the order of the quest that you need to do. That's it. And there are some area secrets too, there's some skips that you can do. So if you Google Path of Exile 1 campaign tips, you should find a guide. It shows you each quest order, or you can check my Twitch VOD. You can see the order in which I did a quest. You need to know the order. Yeah, this will save you a lot of time. Another tip that I can give you, don't interact in Act 1 and 2 with side content. For example, if you see Beast in Act 2, you should not kill them. If you see Legion in Act 1, you should not do it. Yeah, this is another tip. So Act 1 and 2, you don't do special content. Try to skip it. Starting Act 3, you can do. I shown a couple of tricks if you check the Twitch VOD at the start, yeah. But most of you know them. For example, you can save a portal scroll. If you go to character select, when you go back inside the game, it will teleport you directly to town. And this can help you in Act 1 and 2, you save portal scrolls. Most of you already know it.
I must have time to gather my will.
There are people that like to use shield charge in combination with frost blink, but it's too stressful to play, man. I don't like it. It will save you a lot of time, but it's extremely stressful to play, so fuck it. One movement skill, it's more than enough. What I would recommend here, 2 Quicksilver Flask. I'm using 1, you should have 2. So I would recommend 2 Quicksilver Flask. If I drop it, I will use it. In Act 1, socket colors have are more important than the modifiers on the items. So you prioritize items with a lot of sockets and different colors. It's much more important than the modifiers on the items, except the weapons. In the build guide, I also gave you a lot of tricks that you can do. You have a command !build. Let me actually test it because I changed it. Let me see it works. Yes, let's put it on YouTube too. I need to test if it works. Yeah, it works. So I updated the command. So in the build guide, if you scroll down towards the end of the bottom of the page, you have a leak start section for the build. It shows you for each act what you need to do. And personally, I don't care about it. It will save you like 20 minutes. If you have movement speed on the boots, 10%, that's like 20 minutes faster the campaign. So if you get early on 10% movement speed on the boots, it will save you 20 minutes, you know, but I don't care. Let me check my boots actually. Yeah, I should get some movement speed, but again, I don't. This area dogs gives a lot of experience. A lot of people stay here and reset it just to get extra levels if they need it. Wished, welcome back. Look, I swapped to Path of Exile 1. I'm doing a league start progression till the end game. So I want to do tier 16 maps with very cheap items, all the content from the Atlas. We're gonna do Ultimatum, Ritual, Abyss, Expedition, etc. With very cheap items, I repeat, tier 16. Until then, I need to finish the campaign. What is the shortest campaign run you have ever done? Just wondering. So first of all, you need to understand I don't like speedrunning. I don't encourage speedrunner. My fastest campaign time was around 5 hours. Speedrunners, they use two movement skills, they don't take breaks, etc. I don't play like that, it's very stressful, yeah? My best time ever, 5 hours. But, you know, I don't like to speedrun. It's very stressful, it's not fun. I'm against it. So if you want to get a good campaign time, you need to use two movement skills, you need to use 3 Quicksilver Flask, you don't take any break, you will skip some quest and you put a stick in your ass. That's how you need to play. And I don't encourage that, yeah? If you finish the campaign around 6 hours, that's more than enough. And I always finish it in 6 hours, always. So yeah. There is this myth that if you finish the campaign in 3-4 hours, you'll get rich very fast. That's not true. So it only makes sense in theory, yeah? Because you're first to reach maps, you will list your first items. In theory, you should get rich very fast. In reality, let me tell you what happens. The guys that are first, they will get tired eventually because their body cannot take it. They need to go to sleep. When they wake up, they are no longer first. A lot of people will catch them up, will no longer be first, and what really matters for currency making, it's how many hours you can play per day. You need to play a lot of hours to make a lot of currency. And what strategy are you using? I have in my list a couple of guys, they finish the campaign around 8 hours. And by the end of week 3, they have multiple mirrors of Calandra. We're talking 5 mirrors, 10 mirrors. Yeah, and they finish the campaign in 8 hours. I also have a guy, he's a professional speedrunner in my list. I don't know if I should give him the name. He finishes the campaign in 4 hours. But by the end of week 2, usually he has under 50 diviners. So this is not true. You can make a lot of mirrors, even though if you finish the campaign like 8 hours. It's all about the strategies that you're doing and how many hours you can play per day. This is what really matters for making a lot of currency. Remember, here you have a recipe that will give you fire damage. Now I already have it. But you need to go here, you get the recipe for fire damage. Here you always take the Jade Amulet, always, because it has dexterity on the implicit. When you transition to explosive arrow, this implicit will help you. If you have a bow with a lot of dexterity, this amulet will help you. Remember, you always take Jade Amulet. Whatever you get, you get. You just equip it. Now we go here. So I remind you, Jade Amulet. Look, I have flammability. I forgot to put it. Could put it here. You will use flammability just for harder bosses or harder rares, yeah? Your curse will take increased fire damage.
Gather my will.
The economy reset 24 of July. So the league start for the new patch is 24 of July. And the league reveal it's on 16 July, pretty soon. 6 days. Here we have grave issues, you skip it. It doesn't give you skill point anyway. So this one you will skip it. You don't kill, you don't get anything important. I'm explaining what to do so it's easier for new players. It's culinary enough for explosive arrow tier 16 mapping. I repeat, this is Siege Ballista. So if I'm gonna swap to explosive arrow, it will be temporary. And somewhere around the early red maps, we're gonna transition to the Siege Ballista, which is the actual build. So you don't want to do tier 16 maps with explosive arrow, you want to do it with Siege Ballista, which is the actual build. We're gonna stay with explosive arrow until early red maps. Then we swap to Siege Ballista, which is the build that I'm playing. If you want to stay longer with explosive arrow, you can, but you need to get a 5 link. If you want to do tier 16, you need to buy at least a 5 link. It's in the build guide, I explained this. Whoa! And I have a rubber band. We'll swap to explosive arrow in 10 minutes. 10 minutes I should swap to explosive arrow. You might want to watch how to do the swap. Hey, welcome. You're just in time. I'm about to swap to explosive arrow. It's our first major transition for the build. Mirage will go core. In my opinion, it will go core, but I don't know if in the next patch. So they added a shrine belt, they put a lot of effort into it, and that shrine belt will go to core. When GGG puts a lot of effort into an item, most of the times will get added to the core. So I think the shrine belt will go core and you will acquire it from the Mirage. So every 10 maps, 15 maps, you will encounter a random Mirage in the maps, similar to Sentinels or Viridian Wildwood for the Wisps. I think it will go core, yes. If it will not go core in this patch, maybe in the next one.
Must have time to gather my will.
If you don't have a quill range for the sword, what's a good stats on the bow? Increased elemental damage with attacks, attack speed, gem levels and fire damage. These are the modifiers that can benefit. Not physical damage. You don't take physical damage, it's shit. You don't want physical. You don't care about physical damage. Yes, I'm talking about Path of Exile 1 because I'm playing Path of Exile 1. You ask me about Path of Exile 2? Someone on YouTube asked me when is the economy reset for Path of Exile 2. So my guess is that it will be in 2 months. They cannot reset the economy now because we have Path of Exile 1, a new league, so it doesn't make sense. So they will reset the economy in Path of Exile 2 probably in 2 months, so more than 60 days. Yeah, 60 days is my guess. Fire, it's elemental damages. So fire damage, it's elemental damage. Piety here, you can do it with the Holy Flame Totem, or if you want, you can swap to Explosive Arrow and then you kill Piety. You will kill it faster. Okay. Let me see how it feels. Early September, probably. Okay, let's see. So with Holy Flame Totem, Piety will die a little harder. You can transition to Explosive Arrow and then you kill Piety. Let's see how hard she will die. The problem with Piety is she teleports all the time.
Your conviction drives you, heretic. But have you thought what it might drive others
So
to do
she keeps
in
teleporting
return?
all the time. That's the problem. Look, she teleports all the time. Remember to curse with flammability, yeah? Put flame walls too. Again, she teleported. You need to find her. Here it is. Here. Yeah.
Your devotion damns us, heretic! Your devotion damns
She teleported again. She teleported again. You need to find her. That's why I don't like this boss. She teleports all the time. Look, she teleported again. Here it is. Look again, she teleported. That's why it's annoying. She teleports. Look, again, she teleported. This boss is annoying simply because she teleports all the time.
Damn you!
Rest while you can, mistress of suffering. Judgment will not come.
See you.
Here we go. We get a skill point.
You quiet. Tread carefully. Excellent.
And now we go and we transition to Explosive Arrow.
There is nothing else.
You get the quest reward.
Bring me back something nicer.
When we transition to Explosive Arrow, it's easy as fuck. It's already easy, but it will get even better. I suggest to use 2 Quicksilver Flask if you drop 1, or you can do the quest from Act 2, you get another Quicksilver Flask. So this is my recommendation, you use 2 Quicksilver Flask. Not 1. You don't need more than 2, so don't exaggerate. Okay, and we go here. You have a POB with a skill tree progression node by node, so you know how to allocate them. It's in the build guide. This I'll take. The league mechanic, you should be able to interact from Act 1. So in Path of Exile 1, they made sure that you can interact with the league mechanic even from Act 1. So the All Flame mechanic from Act 1 you can do it. Now we do the quest from Siosa and we buy the gems and we transition to Explosive Arrow. We need to first do the quest, yeah? You cannot automate in the campaign because you need to use an Instilling Orb which will not drop in the campaign. Because sadly you need to press your flasks. So for the campaign, if you have 2 Quicksilver flasks, you will need to press it. I'm answering on YouTube. Let me tell you why they added Instilling Orb. So Instilling Orb will automate your flask, you don't need to press it. So in the past people were using programs to automate the flask, a lot of them, you know, auto hotkeys they were using everyone, and that's why they introduced Instilling Orb, so they don't use it anymore. As a matter of fact, that's the beauty of Path of Exile 1, you don't need hacks. So this game you really don't need, the maps are very small. So in the end game, when you're farming maps, you can just farm your content in the same map. You memorize the layout because they are very small maps. So map hack is not needed. You don't need to automate your flask because you can put Instilling Orb. So you really don't need hacks for this game. That's the beauty of it. We don't have a lot of hackers. Compared to Diablo 2, Path of Exile 1 doesn't have a lot of hackers. Another reason why I like it. Hey, welcome, Gabriel. So if you play Diablo 2, it's full of hacks, man. Even Diablo 2 Resurrected, oh, bots, map hackers, everything. That's why I quit. So I prefer Path of Exile 1, we don't have hackers. Or if we have, they are small, you know, like little people that hack. And they punish, GGG will punish hacking very hard. If they find you that you hack, say bye-bye. It will ban your account directly, very fast. So they are very serious against hacks, and I love it. Hey, where the fuck is the room? Terrible layout, by the way. This is a terrible layout here. Maybe here? Yeah, here it is, of course. Usually it's at the top, somewhere at the top where you find it fast. You're the Saki boy, not me. You're the Saki boy, welcome. Why I say Saki boy? It sounds better than I don't want to call people noobs, it sounds terrible. If I say Saki boy, it sounds way better. So I don't like to call people noobs. If I call them Saki boys, it sounds way better. You're a Saki boy. Like that. Can actually level up here. Give me a second. Let me get a level. Can go here. I have a problem. I had an intro on YouTube that I was enjoying a lot, but YouTube added artificial intelligence scanning for your videos. So when I upload a video on YouTube, they will scan my intro, and in the intro I say Saki boy, and it flags my video as offensive. And the moment it flags as offensive, it will not push it to that many viewers, and it punishes me. So I like that intro a lot, but it punishes my channel. Because in the intro I say Saki boy, it flags like offensive. It's like I'm insulting the viewers, I call them, you know. So I'm thinking what to do. So YouTube incorporated artificial intelligence, and can be a problem. Yeah, some of my videos are shadow banned. YouTube will not push them at all, simply because I said Saki boy. Let me take this out. And now we return the pages.
Sign of the place.
So we go back to the library. You have the waypoint. Here, take whatever, doesn't matter. Take whatever. Hey, pay attention to the stream. Yeah, now we buy the gems that we need for my setup. So you need explosive arrow, ballista totem support, elemental damage with attacks, and lesser multiple projectiles. They changed the name to multiple projectiles, but you find it here. So this is the main setup. Now, for extra damage, you want to take mana forge arrows and frenzy, which you find it here. This is the setup. Now you need to have flammability, which you get it from the quest reward. So you will apply flammability as a curse. You will struggle with blue sockets. So what I recommend, you take dash, because it's a green socket. Yeah, and later you can also put second wind, so use dash 2 times. Now if you suck and you're new to the game, I also recommend this steel skin automation. So you have steel skin here and you link it to automation support. Where it is my automation? I forgot. Here it is. So this will give you an extra shield passively that will absorb damage. So now we bought the necessary gems. We need to buy now a bow and a quiver. So you go to the town.
Speak again.
Let's go here to the town. So pay attention, this is very important what I'm doing. Let me clean my inventory a little. You need a bow, a quiver, and you need a 4-link socket. What I recommend here, with the gold that you have, you will gamble a body armor that says armor and evasion. This one, random armor and evasion. It's inclined to give you a 4 socket. It's also very easy to get 2 red, 2 green. Look here. And you need 2 red, 2 green. You can use
Telekora.
this one, chromatic ore. Look, I have it here. And you click it until you get 2 red, 2 green, which should be very easy. The pennies! No problem. You can also check with the vendors. Some of them, they give you 2 red, 2 green, yeah? Look, I have it here. So you can also check with the vendors, yeah? Or you can continue gambling. Look, you go in each act, you check with the vendors, or you can buy it from the trade because it's cheap. Getting a 4-link like this is very cheap, yeah? So I can buy this one here because I already have it, or we can try to gamble more. You get it very easy. It's inclined to give you 2 red, 2 green, armor and evasion. Of course, wants to ruin my stream. So if you gamble body armor, it's inclined to give you a 4-link. Look, 2 red, 2 green, I got it. And if you don't get it on the first try, put some chromatic orbs. Now there is another trick that new players don't know. This is for new players. If you visit the vendors, you can convert the currency that you have. For example, you can get a chromatic orb, yeah, from your jeweler's orb. And this you can do for other orbs. Let's say you need a... What you need? This one, maybe you need a orb of chance. So if you buy explosive arrow, it requires orb of chance. You can convert an orb of fusing and do 1 orb of chance and you buy it. So let me show you how easy it is to get 2 red to green. A chromatic orb. And fuck this shit. You got the idea, you gamble for it. Now we put it and we put the gem setup. It's explosive arrow, elemental damage with attacks, ballista totem support, and lesser multiple projectiles. Now, if you're very unlucky for some reason, maybe you play solo self-found, you will not use multiple projectile. This you will add it later. So let's say you're very unlucky, you cannot get a 4-link. Then you will use a 3-link and you use 1 green, 2 red, yeah? And later when you have a 4-link, you will put multiple projectiles. This gem setup will last you until red maps. That crazy it is. You're gonna stay with this setup until red maps. Good. Now you need a bow and a quiver. Let me see, combustion here, let me see what the Holy Flame Totem we no longer use. Concentrated effect we no longer use, this we no longer use. Flammability I will use, but this I will destroy. Frost Blink, Flame Wall we don't use. Herald of Ash we no longer use. Clarity we use. So you buy here and you buy a random bow. Doesn't matter, just a bow. You can also gamble with gold. Random bow, a random quiver. We can buy it from Act 1. So when you transition, buy any bow. Doesn't matter, even without any modifiers, it's still fine. We need a bow in order to summon our ballistas. So it requires a bow.
Still alive, huh?
Give me any bow, I don't care. And this says attack speed. Physical damage does nothing for my build. Attack speed helps. I mean, let's take the shittiest bow. Look, this is the shittiest bow that I can find. I'm using the shittiest bow. And let's use a quiver too. For the quiver, make sure that you don't have the red quiver with pierce, because you will not do damage. Here we can put Mana for Jarrows and Frenzy. What else we have? Steel Skin Automation. We can put it here in the helmet. Steel Skin Automation. What we have here? Dash, Second Wind.
Farewell.
We can gamble some boots, or you can buy from the vendors. Let's buy from the vendors. If you have a 5-link, you have it in the build guide. It tells you combustion if it's a green socket, cruelty if it's a red socket, or faster attacks if it's a green socket. Let me see what we have. I need green sockets, yeah? We can take this one. So I put clarity, I put flammability. And on the gloves we can get green sockets. Yeah, let's see. We can also gamble.
Tala.
If you want to get green sockets, you buy evasion based armor pieces. Like this one, it will give you a lot of green. Level 43, beautiful. I'll use Frost Blink until I put Dash Second Wind. I'll use Frost Blink for now. Okay. Now, the last step that you need to do, you go into the docks and you need to level the gems because you just bought them. They are low level. So we go to the docks and we stay here and we level the gems a little. Okay, let's activate my auras. So you need Precision, Clarity. Look, I don't have Precision. Precision, you can buy it from Act 1. It's mandatory to have Precision. You visit here and you buy Precision. It's Scroll of Wisdom, you can buy it.
Yes?
You have it in the build guide. Here I do it out of memory. This is Precision, you need to have it.
Be well.
Okay, now we go to the docks and we level the gems. I repeat, the gems, you have them in the build guide. As a matter of fact, let's put the build guide on the screen. So what I did here. This is a transition to Explosive Arrow, yeah? So we should have this set up. I said if you get a 5-link, you can get Inspiration or Combustion, but I'm not expecting a lot of people to get a 5-link. So Frostblade, Steel Skin Automation, Flammability, Frenzy Mana for Jarrows, Clarity, Precision. So this is the setup that we need to have. You have it in the build guide here. This is the quiver that you don't want. If you have this quiver, you do 0 damage. Close to 0 damage. You don't want the red quiver, yeah? This is a very common quiver in the campaign, so you need to pay attention. Good. Now we go back to the game. We activate our auras, we put it in the aura bar. Now we put the totem, which will be our skill. And just to remind you to use flammability if you need it. And we stay here to level up the gems, because they are level 1. So we're gonna stay here a little. As you notice, the damage is great even at the start, but as the gems will level up, you do more and more damage. If your gem levels are low level, also they will die faster, so you need to level the gems. You already see that it's better than Holy Flame. So you stay here, you level all the gems a little. Then we continue with the campaign. Already looks better, no? But again, you want more damage, you need to level up the gems and you will do more damage. I want to remind you the bow that I'm using and the quiver that I'm using, yeah? These are white bows from Act 1. Yeah. I will change my bow and quiver, but later.
You've done well.
Yeah.
What is your desire? Choose what you wish.
Rare jewelry, let's do it.
Slaughter them all.
Yeah, it's also here, quite hot here. So you stay in the docks to get some levels, then we continue with the campaign. With the Chaos Orb that you will drop in the campaign, I recommend to buy Quill Rain. That's the best bow that you can buy. So in the campaign you will drop Chaos Orb, and I recommend on Lickstar to buy a Quill Rain. It will be 2 Chaos Orb. So 1 up to 3 Chaos Orb. This is the price for the softcore trade. That's the best bow that you can buy. If you can. Quill Rain is not mandatory, but it will give you a lot of damage. Okay, let's go here. POEGuy, what if I drop a divine? What should I buy? Buy whatever, you will drop a lot of divines anyway. So for leveling items, I recommend Quill Rain, I recommend Skirmish. These two will give you a lot of power for the campaign. If you drop a divine, maybe you go for a 6-link. If you want to make early investment, you can buy the boots Garukan's Flight. If you want to invest into something, you can buy the boots Garukan's Flight. This will be later for Siege Ballista. Okay, so we stay here, we level the gems. So way better than Holy Flame, huh? So you stay with Holy Flame Totem just Act 1 and 2, after it gets way better. You can reset the area here, the door, but I think it's enough. Let's continue. The idea is you want to kill Dominus, the final act boss, when the Explosive Arrow is level 2. So here I have Explosive Arrow level 1. You want to kill Dominus when it's level 2. This is all that you need to understand. Stay here to level up a little, then you go for Dominus. Do you ever get bored playing the same build over and over? Man, it's just the starter. So let's be clear, when I play Path of Exile 1, I make multiple builds, I even experiment with new setups. But the way you league start, it's important. And this is a very fun build, you never get bored with it, yeah? It's also very strong, I fully unlock my Atlas by day 2 or 3. Yeah, so the amount of fun that you have, it depends on how you league start, yeah? You need a good league starter.
The battle begins.
But I make multiple builds in a league, you know, like 5 or 7. You know, I don't play just this one. Plus, people know me for this starter and I want to keep the tradition. So everyone that knows POEGuy, he knows me for Siege Ballista league starter. You know, like 90% of the people. And I don't want to change it. I also made this setup new player friendly, so if you're new to the game, you'll have a good time. So this is a build that I tweaked. It's incredibly easy to play for new players. Incredibly easy. Yeah. So this setup was tweaked for new players. They will have an incredible time in the game. I really want, when people think about POEGuy, they need to think about easy league starters. For new players, of course. Now, let's check the level on Explosive Arrow. We can kill Dominus. Okay, let's put these gloves here. And I can put Dash Second Wind. So I simply love Dash if it's linked to Second Wind. Also we need to put precision. Now it's a problem. If it's linked to second wind, it will cost more mana. So what I need to do here, I need to use the orb of fusing and separate the links like this. And we're gonna put dash second wind here and precision here. And now we see. Let's kill Dominus. As your clarity level, gem level will go up, you don't have mana problems. So clarity will level up, you will not have mana problems. You can also curse with flammability, remember? Okay, let's kill Dominus now. My boy, I have the AC in the other room. So let's be clear, in the room when I'm streaming here, I don't have an air conditioner. So my air conditioner is in the room when I sleep, which is quite far away from me. And if I open that AC, the air takes like 2 hours to arrive here to fill it. Yeah, so it's not that easy. We kill Dominus, yeah? So I didn't have money for 2 AC, I bought just one in the room where I sleep. So for me it's important to sleep well during the night, yeah? So for me it was more important to put it in my sleeping room.
Every stone placed for the glory of God.
If I don't get a good sleep, then I will feel like shit the next day. Now we need to do the first lab, which will give you 1 extra totem and a lot of placement speed, very important. So in Act 4, I recommend to do the first lab. So next act we'll do it. But already you can see it's great. I just transitioned to explosive arrow, it's great. Let's take this. I also have a lot of life. For Act 3, this is a lot of life, yeah. Now, let me tell you about this expedition on Lickstar. So in the past, expedition was one of the best content that you could do on Lickstar. Now it's no longer that great. Because they added the Genesis 3, which prints a lot of rare items, so people were crafting with Rogue a lot of rare items on Lickstar that they could sell. Now it's no longer Rogue, it's no longer that great on Lickstar. We have the Bridge 3, the Genesis 3, that gives a lot of rare items with powerful modifiers early on. And we also have the Memory Strand items, which are also inclined to give you good modifiers. So crafting with Rogue, it's way less profitable than in the past. So I cannot recommend Expedition anymore. Now it's just Tusion. You do logbooks and you roll with Tusion for something, it's not that great. Yeah? The biggest money maker was Rogue. People were crafting rare items with Rogue like crazy, but now because of the Genesis 3 and the Memory Strand items, it's not that profitable anymore. I prefer to go with Ritual and Ultimatum. These two, in my opinion, are the best content that you can do on Lickstar. The problem is you need builds that are capable of farming it. Ritual, it's easier than Ultimatum, by the way. Yeah. Okay, here we have Dominus. So I repeat, before you engage Dominus, you need to make sure that explosive arrow here, it's level 2. Yeah, you don't want it level 1. Pretty soon I will fight it. Should be here. Now I did something on purpose. I use the shit bow and quiver on purpose. So this is my bow, I got it from Act 1. And this is my quiver, I got it from Act 1. Both of them are useless, are shit. My bow and my quiver, I'm using shit items everywhere. So everywhere I have shit items. And damage is not an issue. You will have probably better items than me. You'll have much better items than what I have here.
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say.
Oh, another Saki boy on YouTube. No boy, this is not Uber boss viable, yeah? Few people will farm Uber bosses on day 1 and 3. So you want to farm Uber bosses on day 2, 3, go make something else. You open the build guide and you read it. So this guy wants to farm pinnacle bosses on Uber mode difficulty on day 2 of League Start. Talk about questions. So if you want to farm that, go make something else, I don't know. And be ready to pay a lot too. So if you want to farm Ubers on the day 2 of League Start, be ready to pay 50 divines or more. Yeah. They are new to the game and they watch random creators and they don't understand anything. So we have pinnacle bosses and we have pinnacle bosses on Uber mode. He wants to farm pinnacle bosses on Uber mode on day 2 and day 3. So he has no clue what he's playing. I explained in the build guide at the start what we can farm, what we cannot farm.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
So on League Start, everyone starts fresh. We don't have any currency, you don't have any items, yeah? To farm Uber mode difficulty pinnacle bosses, you need a lot of currency. You need a high level character, you need a lot of currency. You will not be able to farm that on day 2 or day 3. It's impossible.
The light of divinity. Die. This world is an illusion, Exile.
Move in circles. So this boss will apply corrupted blood. I like to move in circles. Now if you stay in this bubble, it will actually remove the corrupted blood.
By exiling
We get 1 extra totem and placement skill. So it will feel incredible. It's already good, but it will feel incredible after the first lap.
Baptize me anew.
Let me change the flask. We can put this one. So this point, not only that it's easy, it's also fun. It's a one button build at this point. For sure, if it's a tanky, rare or unique, you can supplement it with flammability, like this. Take increased damage. I will need to upgrade my bow and my quiver because they are dog shit. I will upgrade them later.
Must have time to gather my will. This is last.
Let me put an MTX for the totem. Take this one. Actually, let me take this one.
my mana is spent.
In terms of nerfs, I have 2 predictions. Minion Pact and Kinetic Fusilage. These are the gems that will get nerfed. So these 2 will get nerfed for sure. Yeah, it's broken. So Minion Pact, it's a broken skill. Especially for the events. If you play an event with Minion Pact, it's way too powerful.
You've done well. What is your desire?
In this case, for the swap to strength, my boys, this is the dexterity stacking. So Siege Ballista dexterity. So let's start with the basic. There are two builds: Siege Ballista, Shrapnel Ballista. These are two separate builds, different builds. My league starter is Siege Ballista, and I'm stacking dexterity. So for the strength stacking setup, you need Replica Iron Commander. You read the build guide. I'm talking on YouTube. So a guy on YouTube asked me if he can use a rare bow for Shrapnel Ballista. It is mandatory to use Replica Iron Commander. It's mandatory. So you cannot use any other bow. So all that you need to do is to read the build guide. So the entire build revolves around the bow, which is a unique bow. You cannot use a rare bow. You want to do the build, you read the build guide. It's mandatory. So if you don't use Replica Iron Commander, you don't get extra totems and the build is dead. So you cannot use a rare bow. Want to do the build, you read the build guide. Don't want to read the build guide, make another build. I put so much effort into the build guide. You need to do exactly what I said in the build guide. And I repeat, Shrapnel Ballista one build, Siege Ballista another build. These are different builds, similar in playstyle. So these are separate builds. My league starter is Siege Ballista, which is a dexterity starter. Transition into Shrapnel Ballista, it's optional, it's not mandatory. You don't have to transition to Shrapnel Ballista. That's a different build. You can stay and push Siege Ballista further, you don't need to make Shrapnel. Okay.
Go with God.
Man, I had a hotkey for the portal. Let me see which one. I forgot it. Let me double check. So in Path of Exile 2 I have F4, but here I forgot which one I have. F2. Okay, fine. In Path of Exile 2 I have F4. So here I'm preparing to do the first lab. What I usually suggest for new players, they can do the first lab the moment they allocate this node. It will make it easy, you cannot die. So the moment you take this node, you have green lights to do the first lab. If you're new to the game, you will not die. Another thing that you need to understand, on purpose I'm using this bow and this quiver. I use them on purpose. All my items are shit, by the way. All my items here are shit. I don't want to use great items.
What is your desire?
I mean... I want to stress the end game. So the campaign, it's easy as you can see, but this is a great build for the end game. So I will use very cheap items, and we're gonna do all the content from the Atlas in tier 16 with very cheap items. That's what I want to show everyone. I'll do Ultimatum, Ritual, Abyss, Breach, Legion. We can also do Legion. And I will use items around 1-2 Diviners, you know, very cheap items. For tier 16, these are very cheap. First, I need to finish the campaign. Okay, we go here.
My mana is spent. Corruption eats away at the roots of this mountain. I must have time to gather my will.
Boss, please use the best items you find. No, because I do too much damage. So if I use the best items, I will one-shot everything. If I buy a Quill Rain, I will destroy everything. So I dropped 3 Chaos Orb, I can buy a Quill Rain, because Chaos Orb on League Start, it's 1 free Chaos. But if I use, for example, a Quill Rain, I will destroy everything too fast. So I want to show people with cheat items, not with good items. So on purpose, I'm using mediocre items here, on purpose. So the whole idea is to show with bad items. Boss, does Mark on hit work with Mana Forge arrows? Yes. But I would prefer flammability. Why? Flammability will give you a bigger area of coverage like this. And you need to hit with Frenzy. Frenzy with Mana Forge arrows, it will shoot randomly. And maybe you have a boss and Frenzy will not hit the boss, so it will not trigger it. I prefer here flammability. It's you have control where you target. It's better. For the campaign, you should stick with flammability. I was answering on YouTube.
No soul should suffer as you have, Vishnu.
Okay, I'm preparing to do the lab. In 2 minutes we do the lab. 3 minutes. New players ask me what's the best time to do the lab. I will repeat. The moment you take this note. Yeah, it will be easy. You cannot die pretty much. With this setup, you cannot die if you take this one. So when you take this node, you go to lab, no problem. You can do it without stress. This one. Boss, make a video on what tabs to buy. Why make a video? I can just explain on stream. So you want to know what stash tabs to buy? I can tell you. It's mandatory to have a currency tab, a map tab, and a fragment tab. So these are the tabs that I recommend. First of all, currency tab, you need to have it. Fragment tab and map tab. These are the tabs that are most useful. Divination card tab is also very useful because you drop a lot of divination cards everywhere and they take a lot of space. And you need to have one premium tab. One. But again, currency tab is the most important one. If you play this game without currency tab, it will be a pain to pay. So I repeat, first you buy currency tab, then you buy fragment tab, then you buy map tab and divination card tab. These are the most important tabs. Okay, now we can do the lab. Let's go to the town. Let's upgrade my bow and quiver. I mean, this is dog shit, this is dog shit. In each town there will be an NPC that will gamble for you.
I am your
Here. Also, I took this point. Now I should have some resistances, yeah, from the skill tree.
Purger of
And I love it here. But I need the colors, so I need to sell it. So we can gamble here a random bow, or we can check with the vendors. Let me check. The modifiers that we can benefit from are increased elemental damage with attacks, attack speed, fire damage. So let's see if we have something here. This one, it's a good base. So on the implicit it gives you elemental damage with attacks. I need some dexterity, level 95.
What is it, Exile?
Yeah, I cannot use it because I don't have dexterity, but this is a good bow for the implicit, you can take it. Let me check the quivers. You will get dexterity because starting this area you have dexterity everywhere, yeah? Let me gamble a quiver. So you can check with the vendors, you can also gamble.
Wait a moment.
Or you can buy with the chaos drop that you dropped. Look, this is better than what I had. Give me some, let me use this one. Okay, I'll use this one here. Okay, let's do the lab, we do it now. We go here, and we do it. First lab, it's big, it gives you one extra totem. And totem placements.
Talakota, go home.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Justice ascend with precision.
I like more this ascendancy system. How you ascend, it's better in Path of Exile 1 with the labs. So there are plenty of people that they don't like Trial of Sekema, they also don't like Trial of Chaos. But the lab system here, it's way better in my opinion. Also has a good story behind it.
I must have time to gather will.
I prefer the lab system. No, my boy, you should follow the POB. So you have a POB with the skill tree progression, you should follow the nodes as I said there. So you follow exactly the POB with the progression that I shown and you should have zero problem. Okay, let's see how it goes.
The weary traveler draws close to the end. Slowness lends strength to one's
You
enemies.
put your totems and you curse with flammability, that's it.
Claw your way to the top.
You move in circles. I think you cannot die here.
For this,
So here you cannot die. With this much life and the resistances that I have, you cannot die. I think it's here to the left actually. With the traps you need to be careful. The traps do heavy damage over time with physical. So take your time with the traps if you never play Path of Exile 1.
when the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. When one defiles the energy, one defiles the emperor.
I repeat, I'm using a dog shit bow from Act 1 on purpose. This is a white bow. Probably you'll have a better one than me.
Leadership is a life sent by the goddess. What ambition! You are not an emperor if none will kneel before you.
Okay. Nie.
I must have time to gather my will.
So yeah, the first lab, it's a big deal. It will make you very powerful. Here we go.
My mana is spent.
It's quite hot even today. Gabriel, if you're still there, you're right. So I can feel it. Okay. Yeah, I can feel it. It's hot.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor
And even the computer
must
here
keep
gives
those
extra heat.
promises.
So in this room, also the computer gives
Our
extra heat.
throne is the most devious trap of them all.
I mean, I took the t-shirt off. Okay, here you need to put the totems and you curse with flammability. And you move in circles around here.
Failure is an illusion.
You'll be fine, you cannot die here.
The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Okay, and now we take the most important
For your emperor,
node.
you are worthy. Before the goddess
This
of
one.
justice, you are
One extra totem and you place the totem almost instantly. Check. Hop, 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 hop. 5 totems.
gifts.
This will give you a lot of damage.
Rise, ascendant, for this is the ending that we all deserve.
Take whatever. You can get a transfigure gem. Why not? Let's see what I get. This one. There are some people that start with icicle mines and they speedrun and they go to sanctum. So they use icicle mine of fanning and they do sanctums. Okay, let's continue with the campaign now. Let me check the belt. It's better. Put it here.
Bye-bye.
We start with Dareso. Usually I tell people to start with Dareso. Why? So the monsters from Kaon's Dream, they have a lot of natural fire resistance and I'm doing fire damage. If you start with Dareso, by the time you reach Kaom, you'll have extra character levels, extra gem levels and extra upgrades, which will make it easier. So you always start with Dareso. Kaom, you do the second. All the most of the monsters there, they have natural fire resistance. With Siege Ballista, not Sanctum, you can do Delve up to 300. So with this one you can do Delve, yes, up to 300. But not Sanctum. If you want Sanctum, you need to do my other build, Shrapnel Ballista, later.
And for that, you will have to fight.
I explained in the build guide what you can farm, what you cannot farm. Let's skip that shit. At the top of the build guide I explained what you can farm, what you cannot farm. We go here. And if you notice, this is important. When I transitioned to Explosive Arrow, the skill tree stayed the same. So everything was calculated. The reason I went with Holy Flame Totem is because we don't drop any nodes from the skill tree. So you just buy the gems, get a bow and a quiver, and that's it. You don't need to unspec points here for the transition. You don't need. So this is a good starter when you don't need to spend the Orb of Regrets of gold to drop points. So everything stays the same. Yeah, people ask me why I go with Holy Flame Totem. The reason is simple. We swap very easy into Explosive Arrow. Yeah? That's why. We don't drop anything from the skill tree. It was actually harder in the past because we didn't have gold. So in the past you just had the Orb of Regrets and it was even harder. I will need to change this bow, it's pretty shit. No, I don't want to buy a Quillrain because it will be too easy.
Make your wish.
So I don't want to use a Quillrain because it will make it too easy. I prefer to look for a rare bow. So if you can buy a Quillrain, it will be extremely easy. You do a lot of damage, you destroy... I'm already doing good damage. That's why I'm not buying it. No, I'm not suffering. The damage is great. So I don't need a quill. Look, check the damage. So this is good damage. I don't need a quill ray. Quill Rain, it's like 1-3 chaos and you drop multiple chaos in the campaign. You can buy it even from the campaign. Another good thing that you can buy is Skirmish Quiver. So it will give you one extra totem. It's called Skirmish for the quiver. It's 1 chaos only extra. Hey, for bow you need you look for attack speed and elemental damage to attacks. Increased fire damage is fine. So yeah, attack speed and increased elemental damage. Yeah. On the quiver you can get increased damage with bows.
We will be best friends, beast, until we slaughter you.
Let me see, we go here. You can also get increased fire damage on the rings, or increased elemental damage with attacks on the rings. I explained in the build guide what we scale. Yeah, there is a section and I explain what modifiers to look for. It's in the build guide.
Do not worry, beast. We are friends now.
You can, yes. You can drop if you want to do heist and you want haste. Man, I would recommend to drop Grace Hour if you want, but it's not necessary. Grace, it gives you haste, it gives you like 20 movement speed. If you get onslaught, you will have a jewel here that gives you onslaught for free. You get extra movement speed here. The more totems you have, the more movement speed you receive from watchtowers. You can also use a quicksilver flask and a silver flask. You don't need haste aura. So this build is great for heist, you will do it, but you get onslaught from the medium cluster jewel, you get here extra movement speed, you just get a silver flask and a quicksilver flask, and that's more than enough for heist. You don't need haste aura. So you really don't need haste. This is a good bow, it gives you, check the implicit. So you have elemental damage with attacks on the implicit. Now, physical damage will not benefit my build. Yeah, we don't care about physical damage. I'm using it simply because of the implicit. Elemental damage with attacks. This was a shit bow from Act 1. This is an upgrade. So this bow is superior than this one.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, I will check bows. As I drop bows, I will check them.
The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed
Oh, yeah.
with the idea of victory. Until passion is enough to climb a crown and defend his currency. Almost adequate.
Also because I have lightning damage, it will apply more powerful shocks on the enemy. I have chance to shock, and if you have a lot of lightning damage, it will apply a more powerful shock on the enemy. So it's not bad. Look, 15. Okay, let me use the portal MTX. Let me use this one. So this you can do haste without any problems. Heist. It's easy for this build. Even with cheap items you can do.
The air here burns with wrath.
So my biggest challenge with this build was to make the build tanky. There were some Asian people that focused on damage and they made a glass cannon Siege Ballista. They went fully into damage and they were farming Uber mode bosses with Siege Ballista, but it was a glass cannon. So pretty much zero defenses. One hit, you're dead. And I like tanky builds. And I tweaked this build for a lot of defenses. As a matter of fact, later we even craft a special body armor, which will also give you extra defenses. So yeah, this is not squishy if you follow the build guide. So I like to do things my own way. I don't give a fuck what other people do. I make my own builds and everything was done by me. So you can make a build in multiple ways, but again, I like to make my own builds in this game.
My mana is spent.
Sometimes people stress me with that setup from Asia. They go fully into damage, they have zero defenses, it's shit. Shit, it's also very expensive, by the way. It's a glass cannon, also ultra expensive. Okay, let's kill Calm. Yeah, I know about boots, but I don't stress about it. So you should get some movement speed on the boots. I just don't care. I don't give a fuck. You should have like 10% or 15 or 20 movement speed. I don't care. I still will finish the campaign in 6 hours. So I'm not a speedrunner, and I still finish in 6 hours, which is more than enough. I want to play relaxed. I don't use 2 movement skills, for example. If I find with movement speed, good. If I don't find, it's still good. I can gamble with the gold. So usually on League Start, when I finalize and I get a good bow, I will use the gold that I have to gamble some boots, and sometimes you get movement speed. So in later acts, after Act 6, for example, I will gamble boots and I look for movement speed. But you know, in Act 1 and 2, I don't stress about movement speed. I really don't. If you have 10 movement speed, it will save you like 20 minutes. You finish the campaign like 20 minutes faster just for having 10 movement speed. So it makes a difference, yes, but I don't care. 20 minutes, I don't care. I'll put played at the end when I kill Kitava in Act 10. I'll put /play, then you will see 6 hours. Hey, welcome. Yeah. Okay, let me use the Flask.
Find another.
Okay, let's kill Malachi now. So you can stay on a 4-link setup until red maps, early red maps.
This is not creation.
If you have a 5-link, you can put combustion or cruelty. Combustion if you have a blue socket, and cruelty if you have a red socket. No, it's not true. So you can play like a maniac on League Start, but on the long run, you can still be poor. So if you want to get rich, it's not finishing the campaign fast, it's about how many hours you can play per day. So people that can play more hours daily, they tend to get richer in the game, because they have more playtime and you need a good strategy for the farm. This is what matters. Sorry, I'm paying attention also to the game, my bad. So I'm also playing and I'm reading the chat, my bad.
I must have time to gather.
So people usually ask, how does X, Y, Z get rich in the game? You need to put the right questions, they play a lot. Especially streamers, they tend to play a lot. So if someone is playing 10 hours per day, of course he makes more currency than you. If you're playing like 2 hours, 3 hours per day, it's not enough. If you play 10, 12 hours per day with a good strategy, of course you make shit ton of currency. And if you don't make shit ton of currency, you suck, you're bad at the game. It's about how many hours you can play per day. So if you want to make a lot of currency. Man, pay more attention. Can you transition from explosive starter to shrapnel? No. The reason is simple. Shrapnel Ballista uses some mandatory uniques which are not available on day 1 and day 2, and on day 3 when they appear, like Replica Alberon Warpath, they will be very expensive. So buying Replica Warpath on League Start, you need like 40 Diviners. And because it's League Start, you will not have 40 Diviners, you need a cheap build. So you cannot transition to Shrapnel because it's ultra hyper expensive for League Start. Yeah, you cannot go directly to Shrapnel. There are some mandatory uniques that are very expensive. Where I go here? This is a secret area, I will give you a Val gem. No. So in my opinion, if you want to farm a Mirror of Kalandra fast, you should do Ritual or Ultimatum. That's the best content that can make you crazy rich on League Start. Beast will give you steady profit per hour, but you will never get a Mirror fast. Never. If you want to get a Mirror fast, you need to do content that gives you steady profit per hour and has the chance to give you jackpots. And Ultimatum and Ritual. If you're farming Beast or Harvest, you get steady profit per hour, but you cannot hit it big. You cannot get anything expensive. So yeah, if you want to farm fast a Mirror, don't do Harvest, don't do Beast. You cannot get fast a Mirror. Ultimatum and Ritual is better.
I must have time to gather my will.
Okay, welcome back, Babu. So I'm doing a showcase for the campaign, and after the campaign we do the end game. So I will do the full setup with very cheap items, and I will show all the content from the Atlas, everything in tier 16, 16.52. I will use on purpose very cheap items. So that's my plan. So I will not stop just with the campaign, I want to showcase the end game in tier 16 too. In my opinion, for a League starter, it's important the end game, how it performs in the end game, not the campaign. You don't level any gems in offhand, you just read the build guide. You ask me what you should do, you have a build guide, you read it. So everything that you need to do, here is the build guide, you go it, you open it, you have here League Start progression and you read it. It takes you 5 minutes. So all your questions are here, you read it once, you have 0 questions, 0 problems. So literally this is the only thing that you need to do. You open the build guide and you read the League Start section, that's it. It's here at the bottom. You have a command exclamation mark build, it will give you a link to the build guide. And leveling gems in the campaign is not smart, because if you do a map like white map, for example, you get much more experience. You're wasting your time. If you're leveling gems in offhand in the campaign, means that you're a new player, because you don't get a lot of experience. For example, when you need to level the Siege Ballista gem, you just do a red map, and it already levels up very fast to level 12-14. So you're just wasting your time if you're leveling in the campaign gems in offhand, because it doesn't give you a lot of experience. So don't level any gems in the campaign in offhand, it's a total waste of time.
You see, heretic, my god takes good care of me.
The build, it's not solo self-found viable and it's not hardcore viable, so you don't play this on solo self-found. When you swap to Siege Ballista, there are some mandatory uniques that you need to have. Those uniques are very cheap in trade, but if you play solo self-found, you might not be able to gather them. So you should read the build guide, it tells you. For sure, this phase you can do it on solo self-found the campaign, because this setup we don't use any uniques, but when we transition to Siege Ballista there are 5 mandatory uniques. That's why it's not solo self-found viable. So for the campaign, sure, you can do it on solo self-found, but when you transition to the actual build with Siege Ballista, there are some mandatory uniques.
Piety, my god. I am sure you will reveal your purpose in time.
When you like my voice, some people don't like it. And some people are like this, they join the stream and say, go back to your country, Ben, you join the stream, you go out of my stream. So yeah, some people don't like my voice, they get upset for some reason. So the moment they hear me, they get upset. Yeah, some people like my voice, some people don't like it. I want to show you the end game. So the campaign, it's nice as you can see, it's not hard, but it's all about the end game. So I'm more hyped to finish the campaign and do some tier 16 maps with very cheap items. This is what really matters. When I pick a starter, usually I tell people to watch the endgame. You need to ask the creator how expensive is this build in tier 16, what it can farm in tier 16, what are the defenses of this build, will I get one shot? These are the questions that you need to ask. You don't give a fuck if you finish the campaign in 3-4 hours. That's irrelevant. In the campaign you do it once, in the endgame you stay forever. New players usually they get stuck in yellow maps. And they have to reroll into another build because they get stuck, they cannot progress further. So even though they blasted the campaign, they can get stuck in the endgame and it's not fun. So put the right questions. Why do you speak with Spanish accent? I mean, I have Spanish accent.
I am no beast of embrace death, Deirdre, for your flesh was your undoing.
It's because of the coffee. So I tend to speak fast because I drink a lot of coffee. This is a problem that I have. I should have a European accent. So Eastern Europe accent, yeah? Oh, these are better. So I'm gonna use this one. Actually, no. This one I'll use. This also it gives me more life, I can use it. So I repeat, this is a very well tested setup. I played it for close to 6 years now. And I tweaked the setup for new players. You cannot go wrong. So this is not theory crafted, this is a well tested setup. Played for a lot of leagues, 16 leagues actually. So if I say it's an incredible starter, you need to believe me that this is incredible. Actually, if you open the build guide and you go at the bottom of the page, you have some showcase. So you can see how this build performed in previous leagues. Yeah. Here, I've shown each day how I progressed in 5 days from level 1 to best in slot items. You have different playlists. It will redirect you to my channel. So you can see before you make it. We will see them in 6 days. Not just in Path of Exile 1, even in Diablo. So in Diablo 2 we had ladder resets. Best time to play.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment, Templar. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Rather the hallmark of God, isn't it? Let me show you what a real God can do.
Now, Exile!
There is a quiver that you can buy, skirmish, it gives you 1 extra totem. It's very cheap. It's 1 Chaos Orb in the campaign, yeah? So in addition to Quillrain, you can buy the skirmish quiver, and you're gonna have 6 totems.
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Accept the gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality.
If you want, I can buy them.
What's I'm watching.
So if you want to see, I can buy a cooler and a skirmish, but I will one-shot everything, so you don't know. I don't know if you want to see that. They are cheap. So even on day one, buying a quillering or a skirmish quiver, they are cheap, and you will drop multiple chaos orb in the campaign. It's still viable, but it's not for League Start. So Shrapnel Ballista, my other build, it's viable, but it's not for League Start. There are some mandatory uniques which are very expensive on the week 1. Here it's a common mistake that a lot of Saki boys do. When they go to Diala for the quest reward, they take this one, Greater Multiple Projectiles. And they check. In the build guide I have multiple projectiles and they see, man, this gives me 4, this gives me 2, and they change it. This is a big mistake. So this has a bigger mana multiplier, so when you summon your totems you will have mana issues, and secondly it will reduce your damage drastically. Yeah, you have penalty for damage and you will struggle with mana. So if I said in the build guide to use multiple projectile, you stick with multiple. Do not use greater. This is a very common mistake that I see. People complain about mana because they use greater multiple. So you follow the build guide, you don't take greater. We use multiple and that's it. So if you use greater, you will struggle with mana sustain. You also will reduce your damage for single target.
My mana is spent.
You've done well.
Yeah, welcome, welcome. So today we finish the campaign. Tomorrow we finish the end game. I will do all the content from the game until 16 with very cheap items. Everything. Ritual, Ultimatum, Legion, Breach, Abyss, etc. We do all of them until 16. With very cheap items like 1-2 Divine Notice.
My return marks judgment for those of hollow faith.
But today I need to finish the campaign. I don't want to use uniques. So here I try to stay away from uniques. Does Flame Golem increase damage for this build? Yes. But you don't want to press too many buttons. You don't need my Flame Golem here. If you want to press more buttons, you can take it. Why not? Flame Golem, it will give you increased damage from the buff effect. So if you want to press more buttons, you can take Flame Golem, yes. You don't need more buttons. Check here, damage is fine. Now there is a thing, I get questions all the time, why I don't take this Keystone Elemental Equilibrium. I repeat, this is a setup for new players. And what's happening in the campaign, people are changing their gear all the time. So as they level up in the campaign, they change the rings, amulet, quiver, bow all the time. And I don't want people to spend time calibrating, you know, for this Keystone you need to calibrate your items. And if you keep changing them all the time, it's a pain, you waste so much time. So I decided to drop it. Anyway, we do shit on of damage, so you don't need Elemental Equilibrium, yeah, for the campaign. Because you're changing items all the time, new players struggle, they waste too much time with this Keystone, and I decided to drop it. You don't need it. So this is a 100% new player friendly setup, and I need to keep it like that. Damage is fine, we don't need the Elemental Equilibrium. Check the damage. You don't need it.
Your hateful scorn has no
Stop being a Saki boy. Are you a Saki boy? Are you a Saki boy?
Ma voi, Pat Best, thank you for the support, man. I hope you have a good weekend. Today it's Friday. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hey bro, question about Ancestral Warrior Totem. Does attack speed on weapon scale? Yes. Yes, they change it. If you have attack speed on the weapon, it will affect the Ancestral Warrior Totems. So it works, yes. If you have attack speed, it will impact the totems. Here I like to take a 2-stone ring and I look for the implicit as much resistance as possible. And 16 is the maximum. I don't like the explicits.
This is neither the time nor the place.
So when it comes to league starters, I try to simplify things as much as possible. And in my opinion, this one, Elemental Equilibrium, it will complicate things for new players greatly. And that's why I dropped it. I need to keep the setup very simple. Someone that just came to Path of Exile 1 can follow this build. No, low stress, easy setups even for the gems.
Piety's science may aid in uncovering the truth of this world. God does have a sense of
Even the defenses are fine. From the skill tree you should get a lot of life and some resistances from the skill tree. Let me check my resistances. Yeah, they are more than fine. You don't need to be resistance kept in the campaign anyway.
You should have kept your eyes on God.
So between you and me, I would prefer to show endgame with the build. So the campaign, you understood, it's easy. I will put the emphasis on the endgame. So the following days after I finish now the campaign, we will focus only on the endgame. Because it's more important than the campaign. To showcase the build on the endgame with cheap items. I really don't care about the campaign. Why Hiero Fund? Man, like I said in the build guide, there are some mandatory nodes here that make Hiero Fund very powerful. So here it's a totem build, especially for Ritual of Awakening. This is the main reason I'm using. So for Siege Ballista here we have a lot of totems, and Hiero Fund has Ritual of Awakening, which will give you more damage per totem. That's why we use it. So because of Ritual of Awakening, it's the best ascendancy for the Siege Ballista. You should read the build guide. I explain how we scale damage. No, it's not about being boring. It's about what really matters. So the campaign doesn't matter on League Star. Really doesn't matter. It's all about the endgame. So when you pick a League Starter, you pick it for the endgame. You want a build that's solid in the endgame to get your bonus objectives for the Atlas and to get your initial currency. So really the campaign is not that important as people think. So why we pick League Starters? To get the bonus objectives for the Atlas and to get initial currency to buy upgrades. That's what's important. There are some builds which are incredible in the campaign, like really fast, they destroy everything. When they reach red maps, it's game over. They are squishy, they are expensive, they barely do damage for single target. Those are shit builds. But in the campaign they were fast, you know. Want a good starter, focus on the endgame. And we always read in the global channel, sucky boys that complain, oh, I got baited. No, man, you didn't got baited, you suck. You picked a starter that you watch gameplay for the campaign, and you didn't focus on the end game. So now you finish the campaign, you reach the end game, you got stuck because you picked your starter. So it's your fault. put the right questions. When you pick a starter, you are interested in the end game. Yeah, so your focus should be on the end game. So stop paying attention to the campaign. New players, they pay too much attention to the campaign. They think if the build can finish the campaign in 3-4 hours, it's a good starter. Here we have two problems. First of all, the guy that finishes the campaign in 3-4 hours did a lot of practice runs, so it's not just the build. It's the player. The player that plays the build had a lot of experience with the campaign. He memorized the layout, he's playing like a maniac, that's why he got a good time. If you try to replicate, you will not get 3-4 hours, yeah? This is number one. And number two, it's the end game. So a good starter, it's all about the end game, not the campaign. So stop looking at the campaign.
The hour of judgment draws near.
Yeah. Stop looking at the campaign. Okay, go here. Point blank will give you a lot of damage here. You put the totems closer to the boss, you do 40% more damage for free. Map bosses, yes. Pinnacle bosses, yes, but not on Uber mode. You should read the build guide. If you read the build guide, it tells you what we can do, what we cannot do. So you open the build guide, then you read the top section, it tells you what we can farm. Yeah, we have it in the build guide. So regular Pinnacle bosses, yes. Uber mode Pinnacle bosses, no. This is a setup designed to fully unlock your Atlas very fast and get your initial currency. It can do all the content in tier 16 and 16.5, everything. On cheap items, of course, on a very limited budget. As you will see in the following days. Let me check this one. No.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
And so it will.
Kneel.
My mana is spent.
I am the Emperor.
So this is a fresh Templar. I plan to reach tier 16 maps with cheap items. So I'm not allowed to use anything expensive. When I say cheap items, I mean 1 free diviners. Yeah, probably the most expensive item will be the 6 link.
Has lost his way. The devout must
No, I mean 6 links. 6 link maybe. Yeah, we don't have anything crazy expensive. You know, each time when they add a new league mechanic, they also add extra mechanics that will give you character power. For example, in Mirage League, we had support gems. So you could put a level 1 support to your skill. Now in the next league, we're gonna have something else. So each new league will give you extra character power from the league mechanic. We will see. This is a short art anyway.
I must have time. What in damnation have I done?
I will finish the campaign on a 4 link, so even if I drop a 5 link, I will not use it. I need to remind you that Path of Exile 1 is harder than Path of Exile 2 in multiple ways. Even the boss mechanics are much more complex, much harder to do. A lot of things that can kill you, so it's much harder than Path of Exile 2. New players will struggle more in Path of Exile 1 than Path of Exile 2. For example, even Corrupted Blood, it's much more aggressive in Path of Exile 1. Here we go here.
I shall cleanse this place of hallowed legacy.
Here, let me check something on the screen. I should put the commands, one moment. So I see I get questions. We can put here commands. And you have support channels on Discord and an active community. So all these years we gathered a lot of people that are playing this build, a lot of them. We have a really big community with this build. So you can join my Discord too. Usually around league start, the channels become very active. This is the quiver that you don't want. If you use this quiver, you will not do damage. Yeah? So the red quiver, penetrating arrow quiver, will give you pierce on the implicit, and if you have pierce, you will not do damage with explosive arrow. So you don't want the red quiver.
Ready yourself.
I must have time to gather my will.
This one, it's big. Point blank, I do 30% more damage. We need to put the totems closer to the boss now. That's a lot of damage for free.
I continue to serve as God's instrument.
And let me put some MTX, why not? After I kill Kitab, I will put some MTX. So I put the totems closer to the boss, they do 30% more damage. Put totems close to the boss. Now they do much more damage.
Your ilk will suffer my wrath for what you have done.
No, I'm not talking about the campaign. I'm talking about the end game. The end game in Path of Exile 1, it's harder than the end game in Path of Exile 2. We can even see with the Waystone progression. So in Path of Exile 2, if you open Waystone 12 and Waystone 15, 16, it's the same. It feels the same. If you put in Path of Exile 1 Waystone tier 16 map with tier 11 map, you really feel the difficulty spike. Yeah, so it really gets harder. Now in Path of Exile 2, you put Waystone 10, Waystone 11, Waystone 15, it feels the same. It feels the same. In Path of Exile 1, it's not like that. You actually feel the difficulty the moment you put it. Now, for Nightmare maps, you need a bossing build, so it's not about the minions that much and the modifiers because you can use a regex. It's about the map boss at the end. So you need much more damage for Nightmare maps for the bosses from the end. That's the real problem. So the extra modifiers, you can filter them out with a regex filter, it's not a problem. Almost done that.
Waiting for the day that he could return to the world of light, to slake his scorching thirst and satiate his ravening hunger.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Thank you.
Okay, what we can take here? We can take this one.
You deserve recognition. Once keep not. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Unlike some Eisen. Farewell.
With the height, innocence.
You can ask.
Let me check them fast. No? Check the jewel. No?
Farewell.
Here for this practice run, I will just use this tab. Let's put my currency here. Look, in the campaign I got already 5 kills, that's more than enough. With 5 kills on League Start you can buy your Quillen and Skirmish. Okay, now let's finish the campaign. Here you get 1 extra totem, very powerful. What level do you suggest to ascend to the second and third lab? Let me show you something. Here we have a build guide. We go to the top, you go to the League Start leveling progression, you click it and you read it. If you read the build guide, it will tell you here. Look. Here, complete all 3 labyrinths before mapping. First lab, you do it somewhere in the middle of Act 4 and I say you what to take. Second lab, you do it somewhere in the middle of Act 8. This is for new players because you can do it earlier. If you do it when I recommend, you cannot die. And third lab before you kill Kitava in Act 10. So you have it in the build guide. Yeah? You should not skip the build guide. They should nerf kinetic fuselage. The gem is too broken. So if you do kinetic fuselage even without totems, you still do a lot of damage. So the gem, kinetic fuselage, it's unbalanced. It's a lot of damage from the skill gem, which is not great. When you push a lot of gem just because of the skill gem, it's a problem. So the skill gem is broken. And they said already that they will nerf it. So the problem is the kinetic fuselage gem, it's simply unbalanced. They need to destroy that shit.
Always redemption, even when all looks lost.
You've done well.
Yeah, you can do not after swap. So lab 1 I recommend in Act 4 because after swap you'll have gem levels with low level. Yeah, so you need to level the gems a little, yeah, before you go. So the best time to do the first lab will be in Act 4 at the start or in the middle. Yeah, you don't do it directly in Act 3 after swap. You can also die if you do it too early. The second lab you can do it in Act 7 or Act 8. And the last one before Kitava, yes. So right before killing Kitava you can do the last lab. No, it's fine. Blink arrow, it's optional anyway, and it can use you to pass impossible terrain, like you have a large gap, you know, you need to go across it. What I'm missing here, it's movement speed on boots. You should have some movement speed on boots. This is what I'm really missing. And another Quicksilver Flask. You should have 2 Quicksilver Flask and some movement speed on boots. This is what I'm missing. If you use dash with second wind, it's great. You can do this 2 times fast. You know, flame dash, if you use it, has a small stop at the end. Now dash doesn't have that stop. It's very fluid. It's superior, especially for bossing. Remember, if you have a boss, you will curse with flammability. You try to put the totems closer to your target because we have point blank. The closer the totems to the target, the more damage they do.
Must have time to gather.
Okay, done. Yeah, corrupted blood in Path of Exile 1, it's a real problem. A lot of people don't know why they die. So new players, usually when they do maps, they die to corrupted blood and they don't understand why they died. It also kills you very fast.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Has my faith truly been
Okay, let me get some movement speed on the boots. With the gold that you have, you can gamble with some boots and you try to get some movement speed. That's it. Let me see what I have here. So I need some blue sockets.
Despite remember, humanity.
The truth of this world comes into focus one.
Hello, hello, hello.
Gamble, and if you need blue sockets, you need some energy shield on the boots. So I can take armor and energy shield. This is inclined to give me blue sockets and green and red sockets. And I need some movement speed. You can also buy if you want. Okay, this I can use. I don't want to use uniques. So in this run, I don't want to use any uniques. You also have a vendor recipe that you can do. It gives you 10% movement speed if you want to use it. You can do it in Act 1.
Well, it's not nothing.
Come on, give me some movement speed, man. Look, finally I got it. Cross blink I don't use. We can also put an augmentation. Yeah, we can also put Regal Orb, which I don't have. Let's just use it. Done. And this will help me. Another thing that you can do, another Quicksilver Flask, yeah?
What now?
You'll get it as a quest reward, yeah? Pretty soon. Also in Act 2 there is a quest that you can complete with a Great Beast. It will give you another Quicksilver Flask. So I would recommend 2. Not 1 Quicksilver, but 2 Quicksilver. Boss will win the world. Well, I'm not good with football, sorry. So football is not my thing. I think the World Cup will be won by those that have more legs. So you have more legs, of course you will win. I try to make a joke. What a terrible joke. So if the players have more legs, they will run faster. Also, they can shoot better. So if you have more legs, they shoot better. I don't know if they are allowed. If they are allowed to play, if you have more legs than 2, you run faster and you shoot better.
Come here, quickly.
So the team from Chernobyl, yeah, if you play from Chernobyl, you will win better the World Cup.
Ah, your body has survived my gift. Now.
Yeah.
The world crumbles. I must gather the pieces.
Oh! Yeah. Be careful with the search. Oh shit. So this area you can die very easy, I forgot. So you don't want to stop like me, you should always move here. You have a third leg. You watch porno. So that look, Pat watches a lot of porno movies. He has 3 legs now. Yeah, makes sense actually. So if you're a male and you watch a lot of porn movies, you have 3 legs, yeah. I try to make another joke, yeah. You're a Saki boy. Okay, let's see what we can take. Here, this node, it's important, will give me 1 extra totem. More totems, more damage. I got bored a little, and when I get bored I start making jokes, yeah? So the campaign can get boring after a while. This is Act 6 anyway. Trying to summon the totems closer to the boss, yeah, it takes increased damage from point blank. So remember, if you have a boss, you put the totems very close to the boss. He will die faster.
My mana is spent.
Let me check something. I fucked it here. So I'm missing a bust.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah. Ooh. Almost died here. So it leaves burning ground, deals heavy damage over time. By the way, there should be an add-on on the stream. It should show you my items. So in the Twitch, there should be an add-on enabled. It should show you my items that I'm currently wearing. Yeah, it should show you my skill tree and my items on Twitch. Let me know if it's active. If not, I will need to enable it again. So let me know if you can see my items and my skill tree from the add-on. Because I forgot if it's enabled or not. It's active? Thank you. So I need to have that add-on so people can see the items. Thank you. Look, here I get one extra totem. Now I have 6. There is something that I recommend though in the campaign. You should still gamble armor and evasion body armors because you can get better ones with better rolls and better armor. I will do it after I kill this boss here. So each act has a vendor that will gamble for you with gold, and you need to gamble a new body armor every 3 acts or something. Especially if you're new to the game, because you'll get hit a lot. If you gamble a body armor, armor and evasion, you're inclined to get a 4 link and 2 red to green. Exactly the sockets that you need. Yeah, after this boss, I will do it.
Not you. For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Remember, curse with flammability. When you have a boss like this, you curse with flammability.
Our final crusade sees its first triumph.
Okay, let me show you what I meant with the body armor. We go to the town. Here will be Faustus.
This is neither the time nor the place.
And you gamble body armor with armor and evasion. This is inclined to give you a 4 link. The fuck, I got 3 link everywhere. And you look for a better armor and evasion, yeah? So this is an idea you can do, because you'll have a lot of gold. I recommend you do this thing. And if you gamble in Act 8 and 9, for example, you can even get a 5 link like this.
This is neither the
Yeah, I don't need to upgrade because I don't need it. How have you set up Quicksilver Flask? Are you pressing 4 or is this something other keybinding? 4, of course. Man, you see my finger here. Look, why do you think I have the webcam? Let me see. Can you see my finger? Yes. So you will see me that I'm pressing the flask. So someone on YouTube asked me if I use hacks or not for the flask. So you see my fingers here. I press the flask manually. Yeah. So you see my fingers, you will see me pressing. So here are the numbers, yeah? These are the numbers for the flask. And you can see it on my finger when I press it. Yeah, someone on YouTube asked me if I use hacks for the flask. So look, you even have the webcam on my fingers, you can see that I'm pressing the flask. So in maps we can automate it with instilling orbs, but now we don't have instilling orbs, I need to press it. The more you play, you'll know when to press it.
My mana is spent.
So I don't look at the flask charges, I just press it randomly. When I feel that I move slow, I just press it randomly. It's not like I'm looking the flask charges, no. So when I feel that my character is slow, I will just hit 4 on the keyboard. So I'm not watching the charges on the flask. When I press 4, if I don't have charges, it is what it is. It will not move faster, but I'm pressing it each time. Yeah. But I'm not looking at the charges. Now when he runs like this, has a lot of fire resistance, yeah, he needs to stop. Let's continue. Why don't you use the option to always show sockets? Man, you need to understand that I've been playing this build for this game for 8 years and I don't need it. So simply I don't need life bars across my character, across the enemies, and I don't need to see the sockets. So it's personal preference. I play this game so much that I don't need life bars and I don't need to see the sockets. So I remember them. So it's personal preference. If you like to enable them, do them, but I don't like it.
Had you not barred the way the first time?
If you want to do Breach Fortress, Siege Ballista, it's incredible. So you want to farm Breach, Siege Ballista, it's more than incredible. You will see if you drop by tomorrow, I will do all the content from the Atlas in tier 16, including Breach Fortress, yeah? We're gonna do all the Breach variations with very cheap items. Oh, actually I have a recipe here. Let me take it fast. So you can drop by tomorrow. And you'll see in tier 16 I will do all the content possible, yeah? Ritual, Abyss, Breach, Expedition, Legion, with cheap items. So that's the whole idea. You want to use cheap items because then if I'm gonna use expensive items, it will be way too easy. Here we have a mastery. Let's take this one. Boss coins go core, what do you think? And when you mean coin, you mean the Trial of the Ancestors Arena, or what do you mean? So you refer to the event that we had with silver coins, or what do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. So what mechanic? The 7 link 100% will not go core. So you're talking about the level 1 supports that you can put to your skill gem. I can guarantee 100% it will not go core. What will go core? The Mirage mechanic can go core for the belt. So the Shrine belt, they put too much effort into the design. It will stay in the game. It will get added. You will find Mirage in your maps randomly, similar to how you find Sentinels or Viridian Wildwolf for Wisps. Yeah, so you cannot control it from the Atlas skill tree, but randomly in your maps, every 10 maps or so, you'll find the Mirage, and then we'll get the boss invitation for the Shrine belt. That's how it will be implemented. If we don't get it now in 3.29, we will get it in the future. So yeah. But the support gem level 1, 100% will not get added. It's too much power and they don't add it usually. 100% I will tell you, that will not get added. Man, in my opinion, the belt will go core, and in order to get the belt, you need to fight that boss Saresh, and to fight Saresh, you need to interact with the Mirage. So I think they can implement it randomly. Every 10 maps or 20 maps, you'll find the Mirage randomly in your map. Yeah, it's very easy to implement. So in order to get that belt, you will find a random Mirage, then you fight that Saresh boss. Yeah, it will be similar to Sentinel or Viridian Wildwood. So this is the way you should incorporate it.
Good work.
Do you think they will remove recombinators like in POE2? No. No. It will stay in King's March. You need to have some activities there. So the recombinator has no reason to get removed. It will stay. Here I did an upgrade. We have some points. Now we go at the top. We have one extra totem. Here. No. Frisia will not add them. Let me tell you why they added Frisia Ascendancies in this event. So they have the Path of Exile 2 official release in December, somewhere in December, and they need to get inspiration. They want to release all the classes. We still have Shadow, Templar, etc. in Path of Exile 2 to get released, and they need to get inspiration for the Ascendancy nodes. And they will take some inspiration from Legacy of Frisia. So some of the nodes that they will design in Path of Exile 2, they will get inspiration from Legacy of Frisia. And they wanted to test it again in this event. That's my guess. That's why they added Legacy of Frisia Ascendancies again, because they will get inspiration for nodes from Path of Exile. That's why. I mean, they copied a lot of things from Path of Exile 1, a lot of things. It saves them time and money. And some mechanics from Path of Exile 1 are already quite fun. Yeah, are interesting, fun. Why not implement them to Path of Exile 2? Why not? So it doesn't bother me. What was the name of the tattoo for changing Ascendancy node? Forbidden Tattoo, and you put the class that you want. So we had Forbidden Tattoo of the Templar. For example, if you want a Templar Ascendancy, it's called Forbidden Tattoo of Templar. Boss, we will get Blight or Divination cards in Path of Exile 2. 100% Divination cards, they are confirmed. Before the release in December, they need to release Act 5. So the moment we have the interlude acts after Act 4, they will remove them and they will implement Act 5. So they cannot ship the game with interlude acts. So I can see them doing a big patch where they introduce Ori at Act 5. And they need to do it quite soon because they need to test it if there are bugs. So probably patch 0.5.5 will have Ori at Act 5. Yeah? Because they need to test it if there are bugs in the act. And they need to ship the game without the interlude acts. The interlude acts are temporary acts, they will remove them and they will put Act 5, but they need some time to test for bugs. So probably patch, the next patch that we have in Path of Exile 2, 0.5.5, will have Act 5. It makes the most sense to add it now. Question: do you like graphics more in Path of Exile 2 or 1? Of course, Path of Exile 2. It's like 4 times better. So you ask me about the graphics, it's way superior in Path of Exile 2. Everything looks beautiful in Path of Exile 2. But a good game is not just about the graphics. It's actually funny because both of the games, they use the same game engine, but Path of Exile 1 uses a lower version. So it's the same game version, but a lower version in Path of Exile 1. Because the game is limited. Yeah. A good game is not just about the graphics. Then I need to go at the bottom. The beauty of Path of Exile 1 is the endgame. Let's be clear, not the campaign. The endgame. The content that they added there and the Atlas skill tree, it's way better than Path of Exile 1. So this Atlas tree, it's way superior than Path of Exile 2. When you take a node, even the small nodes here, they are much more impactful and fun than what you allocate in Path of Exile 2. Yeah, it makes sense because the game has been out for multiple years now. Hi mate, what happened to the kinetic fuselage test? I decided not to make it out of respect for other creators. Yeah? So if I'm gonna make kinetic fuselage, I had to copy another, because if you want to scale damage, you need to go with crit. And there are already builds out there with crit, so I would not bring anything new to the table. So I like to make my own builds, yeah? I don't like to copy from others. And because of that, I decided not to make it, yeah? To scale get damage greatly, you need to go crit, I tried. And if I go crit, we already have multiple creators that made it. So what? I do something that's already out there. That's why I stopped. So I like to make my own builds, but I don't like to copy from others. So out of respect for others, I decided not to do it. I agree with you. Yeah, Path of Exile 2, it's easy compared to Path of Exile 1 for the end game. Because the campaign is actually harder than Path of Exile 1. Especially for Warrior and Monk. On League Start. But yeah, the end game, it's much easier than Path of Exile 1. We can take any Pinnacle boss from Path of Exile 1, you will see it's much more harder to kill in Path of Exile 1. Pinnacle bosses are easy too. Yeah, you kill them pretty much with a lot of builds quite fast too. Even Simulacrum. Simulacrum in Path of Exile 2, it's easy. In Path of Exile 1, it's like 5 times harder. So Simulacrum, it's way harder in Path of Exile 1 than Path of Exile 2. 5 times harder. If you want to farm Simulacrum in Path of Exile 1, there are few builds that can do it. Few builds. I'm frozen. Okay, we take this. I don't want to use any uniques. So these are items that I found myself. I don't want to use the trade here, yeah? We need to change this quick. Yeah, I agree with you. So Anna on YouTube said that it's less boring in the end game. It's 100% true because you have a lot of things to do. So if you get bored with a farming strategy, you can do something else. So you can make currency in so many ways compared to Path of Exile 2. You have a lot of diversity in terms of farming content for the endgame. And that's why you don't get bored fast with Path of Exile 1 in the endgame. Path of Exile 2, what you can do? You can do Sexpedition, you can do Abyss, and Trial of Sekima, that's it. Maybe Ritual 2, and that's it. That's it. In Path of Exile 1, you have like 5 times more content that you can do. So we need to wait a little to do more patches, add more content, more diversity, and it will be better. Oh, I fucked it up here, 1 second. What do you mean? I'm spamming all time with dash. So I think you're not paying attention. So if you actually watch how I play, I am spamming all the time dash. So I don't keep dash on cooldown. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not just running, I'm also pressing dash. Look, I have a divine. So I don't leave dash on cooldown. My only problem here, I don't have 2 Quicksilver Flask. You should have 2 Quicksilver Flask. Yeah. No, I don't think coverage. I know there are some people, speedrunners. They are called speedrunners. They use 2 movement skills. I don't think coverage that. It's very stressful and it's not fun. So I always say 1 movement skill, it's more than enough. No, they use shield charge in combination with frostbite. Fuck that shit. It's very stressful to play like that. I don't encourage that. So yeah, if you want to play like a maniac, it's up to you. I finished the campaign in 6 hours and I don't stress myself. Yeah, 1 movement skill, it's more than enough. So I don't use shield charge with frostblink. Fuck that. It's annoying as fuck to play like that.
My mana is spent.
I know very well, but I don't like it. I tried it too and I simply don't like it. It's stressful to play like that. So 2 movement skills will save you a lot of time, probably 1 hour. So if you can use the shield charge with frostblink, it saves you like 1 hour. You finish the campaign close to 1 hour faster. I know. But it's also very stressful to play like that. It stresses me out. My only mistake here is that I don't have 2 Quicksilver Flask. You should have 2. There is a quest in Act 2. If you kill the Great Beast, it will give you another Quicksilver Flask. I should have do it. I'll do next run. When I'll do another practice run, I will take it. So this is my mistake here. So we need 2 Quicksilver Flask, not 1. Here you can take some pantheons, it will help you, whatever.
Born of ocean's mire, and death washed clean of dust.
Let's take this and this.
I accept this gift.
Hold on.
You're talking about the secret chest, it is, but you know, I was reading the chat, I forgot to take it. Or maybe I suck, who knows, maybe I'm a bad player. So that chest, it gives you a lot of Quicksilver Flask, you're right. So before Brutus in the prison, there is a hidden chest, it gives you a lot of Quicksilver Flask. You're right.
I must have time to
Tomorrow, starting tomorrow, I will showcase the build in tier 16 and tier 16.5 with very cheap items. And I'm gonna do all the content from the game. In Atlas, yeah? So Ritual, Ultimatum, Breach, Abyss, Legion, everything. With items, 1 free divines, you know, very cheap items. It's more important to see the endgame. The campaign is irrelevant to me. It's not that important, the campaign. What's the difference between tier 16 and 16.5? It has extra modifiers, yeah? So tier 16.5 introduces some special modifiers from tier 17. That's one of the differences. And those modifiers can be hard. You need to use a regex filter. So you need to filter out the bad modifiers. Yes, in my opinion, 16.5 it's very easy as long as you use a regex filter. It's pretty much the same. So tier 16, 16.5, it's exactly the same if you use a regex filter. You still have the regular map bosses, no problem. So the problem with nightmare maps or tier 17, it's because the map boss, they have special map bosses which are very tanky and you need a boss killer build for them. That's the main difference. The monsters are not a problem if you use a regex. So yeah, 16.5 are quite easy.
Vision of dreams, ephemeral in my sight.
Did the new league start in? No. It will start in 2 weeks. So on 24th of July it starts, and in 6 days we have the reveal for the new league. There will be a stream on Twitch, and they will show all the new mechanics. 6 days. Go here, click here, and put this here. So the game is in good hands. My only problem here is that the game companies try to adapt to the players. So if a game it's bad or becomes bad, it's because of the players. We have a new generation of players that have different demands. And the game developers have to adapt their game to satisfy the player base. So it's not like they're destroying the game, they're adapting the game for the new generation of players. Yeah, because if they lose players, they lose profit. So maybe they don't want to make Path of Exile 2 like this, but they have no choice. Because we have a new mentality of players and they prefer the game this way. And they are tweaking the games because of the new generation of players. So you need to understand it's not because of the game companies many times, it's because the game try to adapt to the new players. Yeah, this is the reality with the games. So usually people blame the game company, but in reality they adapt to the player base. We have a new mentality, a new generation of people, and they prefer games in a certain way. Yeah. So the fault is on the player base in my opinion, it's not on the game company. If GGG is destroying Path of Exile 2, I mean, they try to simplify it as much as possible. They do it because we have a lot of people that complain, that try to get everything fast, etc. So they are no longer following the vision. They had an initial vision, they had to scrap it. Yeah. Actually, it was an interesting study, I forgot. There was a video on YouTube showing the age of players. So in Path of Exile 1, the average age is 40 years old. So the players, the majority of them, the average age is 40 years old. In Path of Exile 2, it's 20. It's 20, 25. So a lot of Saki boys, when I said Gugu Gaga players, I was not exaggerating. So the average age is much lower in Path of Exile 2. So those players are the new generation, 20 years old, 18, 25, etc. Path of Exile 1, it's 40 years old or higher. Yeah? So Gugu Gaga players, you have in Path of Exile 2, a lot of them. So 18, 20 everywhere. Path of Exile 1, it's around 40 years old. We have a different mentality, a different generation of players. Yeah? People need to keep track of this. I'm serious. So most of the players that play Path of Exile 1, they came from Diablo 2. And if you play Diablo 2, means that you're old. So people that play Diablo 2 in the past, probably you're 30 years old, 40 or even 50. So the Diablo 2 community got bored of the game because we didn't had any patch for years, and we went to Path of Exile 1.
Evil may hide, but the light.
I played Torchlight 1 in search for something similar. Fuck Torchlight, I don't like it. So the game, it's pay to win. The graphics are terrible, you know, with high brightness and a lot of numbers everywhere. I don't like Torchlight. Personal preference. If you like it, it's great. I don't like it. So I got contacted multiple times by email and on Discord about promoting Torchlight Infinite, by the way, and I refused. So they said, man, you stream this crap and we will pay you and you need to make some YouTube videos. I said no, because I don't like. I won't play a game that I don't like. So Torchlight Infinite, it's pay to win. There's a lot of... I'll stop it here. I refused. I don't want to play a game that I don't enjoy. So fuck Torchlight Infinite. I don't like it. Shit game. Personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me. So I'm an old school player. I like things in a certain way. Torchlight 1, I don't know that game. I know some of you play Torchlight and you'll get up. Oh, I'll die to Corrupted Blood. So this is Corrupted Blood. This will get you killed very fast. Let me demonstrate. Oh! So Corrupted Blood in Path of Exile 1, it's more problematic than Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, I think Corrupted Blood does nothing. And people don't know why they die. Most of the times they will die to Corrupted Blood, which is much more problematic than bleeding. If you have bleeding, you can stop moving and you will don't take damage. If you have Corrupted Blood, you're fucked. Huh? If you don't have on the life flask Corrupted Blood immunity, you're fucked, or on a jewel. There's nothing that you can do. Okay, man, I really need to get another Quicksilver. I will get it as a quest reward pretty soon. Yeah. I also have a lot of hours. The problem is I'm playing the standalone client. I'm not playing the Steam client. On Steam it shows you how much you played. But yeah, I have a lot. How are your eyes? What do you mean? So in the past I used to, after the end of the league, I was putting played in the chat like this, and I was bragging, look, I played 6k hours, 7k hours. So usually per league in the past it was around 6k hour per league. So each league in Path of Exile 1 I average around 5,000, 6,000 hours per league. So I was using on YouTube, I was making videos after each league, but some people got upset. No, this guy is bragging. But you need to understand that probably I have more than 70k hours, you know, 70,000 hours played. So each league more than 5,000 hours. And I've been playing for 8 years, so yeah. but since I didn't play it on Steam, it doesn't track. So on Steam, if you play, it tracks how many hours you played, but I played the standalone. The reason I play on standalone, I use the very shit computers, and when I installed Steam, it loaded hard in the games. So the standalone client was faster for all computers, that's why. Now I have a better computer at different times. Oh no, I got used to it. So you're talking about the visual effects? No. And you need to understand, when I play with the minimap big in the screen here, and I don't check the... So my focus is not on the monsters or the explosions. My focus is just on the minimap. So when I'm playing this build, it's a minimap simulator. So my entire focus is on the minimap. You know, I don't care what's happening on the screen. I don't care about the explosions or the monsters. My focus is just on the minimap. So here it's a minimap simulator. So I focus my eyes strictly on the minimap. Because I know the totems will target the enemies for me. I cannot miss shots. So just focus on the minimap. You ignore everything else. So that's why I don't get stuck, by the way. If you play with the minimap like me, you'll never get stuck. You can see the layout very easy. Let's see, we take this one. Now I have 7 totems. So yeah, I never get stuck. I never complain of getting stuck because I play like this, just focusing on a minimap. You know, I ignore everything else. Even in Path of Exile 2 with the Warbringer with Mortal Cannon, is similar. I just focus on the minimap. You make sure that you have good defenses so you don't die, and then you focus on the minimap. And you need to get used to minimap to put it big on the screen, like in the middle here. If you watch here, it's not great. So you need to put a minimap large on the screen like this. Even when I was playing Diablo 2, I always played with the minimap opened, like this. Maybe I got used from Diablo 2. So each time I would play that game only with the minimap open. Big on the screen like this. Okay, this act is almost done. I will finish it in 12 minutes.
My mana is spent.
If you want to have some fun, you can put in the bow of 4 link setup. In addition to Mana Forge Arrows and Frenzy, you can put Mirage Archer with Culling Strike. So when Frenzy will hit an enemy, it will trigger the Mirage Archer, which will start shooting. And when the enemy is low life, it will call it, it will instantly kill it. Yeah? So this is the league start setup that I like to do. Mana Forge Arrows, Frenzy, Mirage Archer and Culling Strike. I will do it later. Even with Ancestral? Yes, even with Ancestral. I'm talking about early progression on League Start, not when the build is fully done. So this is a simple setup that you can do on League Start, yeah. give me a second. Let me check here. We can take a mastery, let me see. Taunt! So you get 3 taunt, just summoning the totem next to a boss, it will taunt the boss. It's a small defensive layer, it will do less damage to you.
I bear witness to a miracle. My mana is spent.
As you move, you need to drop totems. So always as you move, you drop totems. New players tend to move without dropping totems, that's a mistake. The moment you see an enemy, you start dropping totems. By the way, Chris Wilson did a video recently talking about Magic the Gathering and he's shown his collection. And the thing that I noticed, he didn't brag about it. So that guy had a lot of black lotuses, yeah? Purple lotuses, sorry. And those are very expensive. And in that video, he didn't talk about the price. Yeah, usually people would start bragging, man, this is expensive. He didn't mention the price. Yeah, that was pretty humble out of him. Those that don't know Magic the Gathering, he had some really expensive cards in the collection. And he didn't say anything about the price of the cards. Yeah. So that one Purple Lotus, I know it's very expensive and he had a lot of them. He has a channel. He's preparing to launch a game actually. Probably it will look like shit because I don't think he has the funds. In order to design a game, you need a lot of investment. You know, I don't think he has the capital to make good graphics for the game. That's what I mean. So in terms of the mechanics, probably it will be great, but in terms of visual, you know, visual design, I don't think it will be great. And the new generation of players, they put a lot of emphasis on the graphics. If the graphics are bad, many of them will not even play it. So if the game has bad graphics, they will not play it. Most of them. Okay, now let me put the POB and let's check it because I forgot. Yeah, we're gonna check with the POB, which is great. Let's put it on the screen. So here is the POB. I've shown you the progression for each act. So this is Act 2-3. Here we transition to Explosive Arrow. This is Act 3 until the Act 10. So let's see what we can take. I took this once. Here we can take these nodes, and here we have life. Okay. So I'll go here first, then we take these nodes. Remember, you have a POB. He's funding the developer of the new game himself. He's paying all the salaries and everything. Oh, fuck. I didn't know he's rich. It's very expensive. If he's paying everything out of his pocket, it's not cheap.
My mana is spent.
Making a game from scratch, you need a lot of money. Oh. Let's go here. No. I think it will be a card game. So he keeps talking about card games. I think it will be a card game similar to Hearthstone. Yeah? So I think it will be a card game. With some interesting mechanics, something that we didn't see so far, but I think it will be a card game. Okay, Act 7. Act 8, sorry. Act 8, not 7. Here we go, I have some quests that I need to return.
This is neither the time nor the place.
But all the developers so far that I've seen in Path of Exile 1 are great. I mean, good personalities. Jonathan Rogers, good personality. Mark, that guy, it's also a good personality. And even Chris Wilson. Yeah, I like them. So they seem like the guys that actually play the game, you know? We have some developers that never play their product. They just watch statistics and crap. But these guys look like actually play the game.
Stay true to you. Turn one.
See what we can take.
Yes, there's an journey well.
No. Remember, you can use the crafting bench too if you want. Here it's a secret area. Let me show it again. If you like heist. So if you like heist, you can find the blueprint or a contract early on. You follow this wall. And there will be a switch. Here. You go here and you find a contract and can give you a blueprint if you're lucky. Yeah, some of the guys like to run heist in the campaign. The blueprint, you can sell it if you drop it. So if you get a blueprint, you can sell it. It's much more expensive than the contract. Make some chaos or early on. It's not a big thing. Only if you drop the blueprint, you make some 2 free chaos extra.
My mana is spent.
A lot of inspiration came from Diablo 2. I might even say in Path of Exile 2. The most obvious example, it's the acts. So Act 1, you have it in the forest, no? Similar to Diablo 2. Act 2, it's in the desert, you know, Loot Golem, similar to Diablo 2. Act 3, it happens in a swamp. In Diablo 2, Act 3, it's in a swamp. It's the same thing. So Acts 1 and 2 and 3, they look pretty similar to Diablo 2. We have a forest, we have this desert, and we have a swamp. So I think they got a little inspiration even for the campaign, even in Path of Exile 2. They played Diablo 2 most likely and they liked it.
It seems it is my penance to endure all the filth of this world.
Take a deep breath, exile. That is the smell of civilized society.
let me change my flask. I'm out of scroll of wisdom.
Must have time to gather.
Whoa! I need to change my flask, it doesn't heal me fast. So as you progress the campaign, you need to get better flask. Even the masters. You know, we have a monster that looks like Diablo. So in Act 4, there is a boss that you need to kill. It looks identical to Diablo from Diablo 2. It's actually funny. So it looks like Diablo, the boss from Diablo 2. It's close to the life flask. Ooh. Man, you have better eyes than me, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, I died because I suck. Let me get this flask here. Let me check this. Now I'm out of scroll. Check the rewards here.
What is your desire?
Fuck, you never know. The desert crawling things from Act 2? Let me think a little. I mean, yeah. You have it in Act 4. So those things that crawl around, you have them in Act 4. You're right. You find them in Diablo 2 in Act 4. Take this one. Yeah. Let me read it, man. Put a shorter message next time. Hello, my boy. Is Siege Ballista Ancestral Commander stronger than Hiero Fan Siege Ballista? Of course not. So the Ancestral Commander with Explosive Arrow is just for the event. It's for short events. It's not that great for the end game. So if you try to do bosses, for example, with that build, it will suck. It's just for mapping. The build that I'm making here, it's also great for bosses, yeah? It's better damage for single target. So this is superior. Siege Ballista, the build that I'm making here, it's better than Ancestral Commander. So that was a small setup for small events, yeah? This is superior. So Siege Ballista, it's better than my event build. Tomorrow I will do endgame content and you will see. So today we finish the campaign, tomorrow we do some endgame content with very cheap items.
The unclean witch shall poison this land.
First I need to finish the campaign. This is a fresh character, I just started.
Must have time to gather will.
So I always finish the campaign in 6 hours, always. For all this time that I league started, it takes me 6 hours to finish the campaign, always. And I don't stress myself too much. I don't use 2 movement skills, for example. Some people like to use shield charge in combination with crossblink, fuck that crap. It's too stressful, I don't want to do it. So praying normally, I finish in 6 hours. I do all the important quests, I do all the labs. So we do the second lab for lab 2. 6 hours, it's actually a good time. It's not bad. Yeah, but he's playing like a maniac. So you're believing that that guy finishes the campaign in 3.5 hours, but how he plays? Yeah? He plays without breaks. He used 2 movement skills. He used a lot of Quicksilver Flask. He skips some quests that he will do later. He skips some labs. You don't want to play like that. So realistically speaking, you don't want to play like that. He also memorized the layouts. So he practiced a lot. He learned all the layout of the areas. It's a pain, man. You don't want to play like that. I don't encourage speedrunning, by the way. So I always tell people, don't speedrun. It's stressful. Stay away from speedrunners. When you pick your starter, it's all about the end game. You don't give a fuck about the campaign. For the campaign, you need to know the quest order, in which order you need to complete a quest, and there are some secrets, some small skips that you can do. That's it. You don't need to learn the map layout. You don't need to use 2 movement skills. Very stressful. We don't play like that. So they practiced a lot, yeah? So that guy that finished the campaign in 3.5 hours, he practiced a lot. If you try to do the same build, you will not have the same result. Simply because it's the player behind the build. So there are some players that practice the campaign like maniacs and they remember everything. If you try to copy the build, you will still finish the campaign probably in 7 hours. Yeah, even if you copy the exact build. So the player skill, it's a major component of the speedrunners, yeah? And people forget that the player matters. Who plays the build is very important. Many times it's more important than the build. So the player many times is much more important than the build. If the player is skilled, you can actually get a better time. Give me a second here, I have something to do. Scratching my ass. I'm joking. Okay, done. So I'm more hyped about the end game. So for me, campaign is boring. I just wanted to show you how to progress. You can check the VOD. You should practice Act 1 and 2. So Act 1 and 2 are a little slower. If you want to practice, just do Act 1 and 2. The moment you swap to Explosive Arrow, it's easy. So this point, it's easy. Eh? I just want to showcase the end game now in tier 16. We do it tomorrow. And give me my Quicksilver Plus. No. So I see my physical damage reduction. As you level up, this will go lower, yeah? So what you can do? You can gamble with the gold that you have, body armor, armor and evasion. And you look for one that gives you more armor and evasion. Yeah? So this is the body armor from Act 3. Now I'm in Act 8. Let me take the waypoint and we do it here. I'll take the waypoint. Man, Divines, they made it much more common. So divines are much more common now. In the past, you would rarely see them. People started complaining about loot and they made it more common. Even Chaos Orb. So Chaos Orb were very rare in the past. People, after the campaign, went to Blood Aqueducts and they were farming because nobody had any money. Now they made the game very easy. You do a contract, you get like 10 Chaos. You do a ritual, you get like 5 Chaos. It's very easy to get currency now. The game was harder 4 years ago.
This is neither the time nor the place. Good.
Let's see here.
Tell me something. Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
Need Scroll of Wisdom. And if you don't have, you just sell some armor scraps or Orb of Transmutation. This will give you Scroll of Wisdom.
Good. Be well. What?
There you go.
Man, I forgot why I wanted to go to the town. So yeah, if you sell this, it gives you Scroll of Wisdom, yeah? Even armor scraps.
Bring me back something.
Man, why I wanted to go here? So I wanted to do something, but I forgot. Anyone knows why I went to town? So I went to town for a reason, but I forgot why I went to town. Gamble, yeah, I wanted to gamble an armor, you're right. So we go to Faustus.
Hello.
And I want to gamble body armor here, armor and evasion. This is inclined to give you 4 sockets. And can give you more armor, look here. 429. Also good rolls. And I have a 4-link. Now getting the sockets is easy because it's armor and evasion. It's inclined to give you red and green. So you just put a chromatic orb until you get 2 red, 2 green. And we can also put quality with the armor scrap that I just sold. You can buy from here, no? Armor scraps. Fuck me, I just sold my armor scraps. And you don't have buyback. In Path of Exile 2, you have buyback, you can take it back. Hey, it is what it is, I'll just put it here. Still better.
Be careful.
And this you can upgrade as you level up. Yeah, let's continue. Yeah, Exalted Orbs were much more than Divine Orbs. Actually, the vendor recipe when you sell a 6-link would give you in the past a Divine Orb, because Divine Orb was cheap. So vendoring 6 links, it would give you a Divine Orb in the past. It was a different recipe. Hey sir, how does your passive tree looks before Siege Ballista? How about checking the guide? Let me show it, put it on the screen. So here you have a POB file that you should open it. It shows you the progression for each act. For each act you have the progression on the skill tree. So here it's early mapping with explosive arrow. This is how it should look. And here more mapping with explosive arrow, and here with transition to Siege Ballista. You open the second POB, which is the actual build Siege Ballista. So this will be the skill tree for explosive arrow. Yeah, you have a POB inside the build guide. So yeah, check with the build guide, exclamation mark build, it will give you the build guide.
I must have time to gather my blood.
You have a command, exclamation mark build. And in the build guide there is the POB too. Okay, we're gonna take here. Yeah, no problem. So everything that you need, it's in the build guide. Everything. I'm preparing to do the second lab. Yeah, pretty soon I'll do the second lab. Very powerful. Second lab is very powerful. As a matter of fact, when we do the second lab, you can drop the mana flask. Yeah, so mana regeneration is no longer an issue if you do the second lab. So you can drop the mana flask.
Purity will prevail.
Curiously, why you don't take iron reflexes? Because I tested any shit. Remember, I played this build for a long time. It's shit. Iron reflexes is shit. So this build will reach up to 85% chance to evade. You don't get hit. And if you get hit, you'll have plenty of armor mitigation when you do the build fully. So not getting hit is the best defense. And if you get hit, you will not get one-shotted with the setup anyway. So this build will reach very high chance to evade attacks, very high, like 85% with the time, with the Watcher's Eye. It's simply superior. Or maybe you're talking about the campaign? I think you're talking about the campaign or what? For how many leagues in a row you play a Siege Ballista Explosive Arrow? It's a temporary phase. So here I'm playing Explosive Arrow, but this is just for the campaign. I've been league starting with Siege Ballista. Let's put it here. Siege Ballista. 16 leagues in a row. There have been many changes for the build, but I always tweaked the build and I kept it alive. So this build had a lot of changes for the items and from the skill tree. I always kept it alive. So this will be number 17, sorry. So patch 329 will be 17 league that I league start with Siege Ballista. This is my only league starter and it's great. If you want, on my channel in the build guide, on the first page, if you scroll down, there is a progression from past leagues. You can get inspiration. So I give you daily summaries of my item progression and you can get inspiration. So if you made for the build for the first time, you can go into the build guide, you scroll at the bottom and you see the progression from previous leagues. Each day I explain my upgrades and you can get inspiration. I explain the common mistakes and the upgrades. Yeah. I do that for new players.
A seed sacred to a...
Once farewell.
Okay, now we go here. Let me show you something. A lot of people, when they kill the boss here, they go to the toxic conduits and then they go to the left side. I don't do it like that. So after they kill this boss, they go here and they continue. I don't like it. Instead, I go back to the Solaris temple and I will cross the bridge. So this is how I do it. It's actually faster. Because the area that we have there doesn't benefit you. You don't have any quest in that area to the left. Yeah, the promenade zone sucks and you don't have any quest either. So, frauds, in that area you don't have any quest. So if I go to the quarry, we have a quest from Cassia for a skill point, so it makes sense. But if you go to the promenade area, you don't have any quest. It's a waste of time and the layout sucks. So this is better. You go to the harbor bridge and it will bring you directly to the waypoint. Oh, that's why I'm dying. So I have negative cold resistance.
My mana is spent.
Okay, I'm checking my resistance. It's negative cold, which is pretty bad. So if an enemy does cold damage, I'm pretty fucked. No, talking about cold damage. All these enemies do cold damage. Yeah. No. Trying to move very carefully so I don't get hit, yeah. We can craft with the crafting bench some cold resistance on our rare items. I should craft actually. So this is optional if you want. You'll have in your hideout a crafting bench and you can put some cold resistance. You look for an open suffix, yeah? Here.
You chained me for such a paltry use.
And that's how you get it. This is more than enough. Let me check. Yeah, 68. You put some lighting resistance too. Full modifiers? Yeah, full modifiers. Let's put an here a regal orb. And now we can put on the suffix some lighting resistance.
Can you truly trust what you see?
Okay. Let's continue. Now, better now. So remember, if you have negative resistance, it's pretty shit. You need to have them positive, minimum 40% or 50% for the campaign. We go here. Oh.
I must have time to gather my will. Someone may have washed away your sins, but I will never forget what you did here.
Actually, Act 9 and 10 are quite short.
My mana is spent.
Yeah, they take less time to complete. So not having to target the enemies, it's a big quality of life. You can play very relaxed. You just drop the totems and they will target and kill enemies for you. This is a big thing for new players. You can play the game quite relaxed. Of course it does. You have larger areas. So in Path of Exile 2, in the campaign, the areas are huge. They had to add checkpoints simply because they are too big, the areas. Even the maps. So a map from Path of Exile 2, it's like 5 times bigger than a map from Path of Exile 1. That's why we have so many waypoints.
Choose what you wish.
Yeah. Do you consider this build meta? Of course not. So less than 1% of the players, I mean less than 0.5% of the players play it. So meta builds means most played builds in a given league. So if you open POE Ninja, for example, the top builds, those are meta. So Siege Ballista, less than 0.5% of the players play it. So this is a build that I kept alive, I always updated and I played for a lot of years. We don't have a lot of people playing it. So this is not a meta build. I'm answering on YouTube. So someone on YouTube asked me if this is a meta build. This is not meta. So this build is not meta. Actually, I hate meta builds. You will never see me playing. Maybe just for out of curiosity, I will test a meta build, but I will not play it. I don't like meta builds. I try to make something else more unique, more original if I can. Yeah, I know, we don't want. Which other builds do you enjoy? So in Path of Exile 1, I like brand builds, especially Storm brand with a lot of crit. Herald of Agony, it's another build that I simply love. You can scale damage with Herald of Agony pretty much on any Ascendancy class, just from the cluster jewels and gem levels. So yeah, Herald of Agony. Storm brand, I love it. Penance branded, I also like it. It's very easy to play. Yeah, and these are my favorite builds. I played different builds, of course. So, in addition to Shrapnel Ballista and Siege Ballista. Yeah, of course I change. Each league I play 5-7 different characters. So I don't make one build and I stop. I make 5 or 7 characters per league. I use the same starter, but I make different characters.
My mana is spent.
I just want a good starter. This is also great. It's fun. It's easy to play. I need to unlock my bonus objectives as fast as possible and to make initial currency fast. Let me show you something. So this is in Mirage League, yeah? So this is my Shrapnel Ballista build. Here it's my Herald of Agony build. Here I was testing a bleeding build. It's not that great. But yeah, I'm making multiples. Plus I play the event. So the Ancestors event, I also play this. I'm level 100. It's not like I'm playing one build and that's it. I don't like melee builds. I think they are in a big disadvantage. So I don't like melee builds. The best builds in this game are range builds, either with spells, totems, minions or brands. Melee builds are not great. Okay, this we can sell.
Stay out of the shadows.
Almost done that. Now we have some side quests here that I will do fast. Here to the left. Okay, let me see here. So let's do the lab. So we can do the lab now. Let me kill Yugul and we do the lab. Second lab, that's a lot of damage. Also, why don't you have the GG intro with Saki Boy in your videos? So YouTube recently did a change to the algorithm and does use artificial intelligence to scan my videos. So after I upload the video on YouTube, they will use artificial intelligence to scan the video. And when they hear Saki Boy, they flag my video as offensive. So in the intro, I say Saki Boy. And for some reason, the YouTube algorithm thinks that I'm offending people when I say Saki Boy. And it doesn't promote my video. So it flags my video as offensive and it will not promote it that much. So it suffers. My channel is punished for that intro. My channel gets punished. Instead of pushing the video to more people, it stops just the subscribers and that's it. Yeah, they are using artificial intelligence. So yeah, it's like a YouTube police. This thing you can say, this thing you cannot say, etc. So they decide what to push, what not to push. Some videos get a lot of views, even if the video is shit. There are some shit videos out there, a lot of views. You can put a lot of effort into a video, but if YouTube decides not to push it, good luck. Yeah. Actually, the YouTube algorithm, you know, teaches people to clickbait. So they put clickbait titles, clickbait thumbnails. It's because of YouTube. I don't like to do that shit. I don't do it. But it encourages clickbait. So you see titles which are vague, you know, click here, this changes everything, mom, look here, monster build, etc. So it's because of YouTube. So it promotes clickbait. Terrible. I don't like it. Also, I don't do it. But if I don't do it, I will suffer. I tried it. The moment I put an exaggerated title and thumbnail, people actually watch it. If I put a normal title, like ritual farming strategy, few people watch it. If I say 100 divines per hour ritual farming, wow, this changes everything, a lot of people watch it. So if I put normal ritual farming strategy, few people will click. If I put 100 divines per hour farming strategy, wow, this changes everything, blah, 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 a lot of people watch it. So it's terrible. Terrible. And I'm not happy. Man, what's your problem, man? Boss, what's your problem? Cry about the free service that allows you to upload your videos of playing a video game? Bro, shut the fuck up and play the... Man, go fuck yourself, man. My boy, go fuck yourself. You're stupid as fuck. Don't come on this stream again. So go back in your cave and never come back on my stream. Go fuck yourself. Never come back on my stream. Go fuck yourself. Bye-bye, sayonara, goodbye. This Saki boy from YouTube. Go fuck yourself.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, look, man, hateful Saki boys on stream. So yeah, I will not tolerate. If someone is hateful and stupid, he should not watch my stream. So if in case you don't know, I put a lot of effort in my videos and I'm upset, of course. Especially in Path of Exile 1, I have great guides for Path of Exile 1 and YouTube doesn't promote my videos. Why? Because I don't want to do clickbait. Yeah? I don't like clickbait titles, I don't like clickbait thumbnails. I put on the regular title, but other people put clickbaits and I will suffer as my channel. So of course I will complain. Man, what a sucky boy. Boss, thank you for the bits. Orgy, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the support. Sorry for the drama, but I got upset, you know. This is a thing that troubles me deeply, and I got a Saki boy on YouTube. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you. So yeah, I hate thumbnails where you need to clickbait. I don't do clickbait either. And I don't want to be forced to put it.
My mana is spent.
He was saying that I should be grateful that I can upload the videos on YouTube, pretty much. And he told me to shut the fuck up. So he was very hateful. When I was explaining the clickbait titles, he joined on YouTube saying that I should be grateful that they allow me to publish my videos on YouTube and I should shut the fuck up. So he had a problem. I don't know what was his problem. Okay, let's do the lab now. So I repeat, in some of the videos I put a lot of effort and I should be rewarded for the time where I explain a mechanic and especially the way I do it. Yeah? Saki boy on YouTube. Okay, we do the lab now.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Second lab.
The goddess is watching.
So this is the second lab, it should be easy.
The
I recommend to do it in Act 8, somewhere in Act 8, it will make it easy. So don't do it in Act 7, especially if you're new to the game. Somewhere in Act 8, it will make it easy.
Inexhaustible.
I'm not using Quill Rain, I'm not using Skirmish.
Lieutenants remain.
Yeah, so Skirmish Quiver is great, Quill Rain is also way better than this one. I'm not using any unique item. Let me read it. Yeah, these are not incredible. So what I use here is not incredible. Let me show you. So here, what's the important thing? The implicit elemental damage to attacks. Physical damage, I don't benefit from it. Lightning damage, I don't benefit. Crit, I don't benefit. So yeah, it's pretty shitty. It's not great. And the quiver, it's also pretty shitty. So I have some life. Critical multiplier that doesn't benefit my build because I have very low crit. Lightning damage to attacks and dexterity. These are not incredible.
Must have time to gather my will. My mana is spent.
It's to the right. I'm calm. But I need to defend myself when I have a sucky boy like that. In the past I was just arguing with them, but if someone is hateful with me, I will just ban directly. So some people, they actually have an argument and we can talk. Yeah, I believe in democracy with freedom of speech. We need to talk if you have a point. But if you have something with me personally, then all speech is useless. If someone doesn't like me personally, there is no reason to talk. Ban directly because I'm just wasting my time. Yeah? So some people, for some reason, they don't like me as a person, and then all speech is useless. If someone doesn't like you as a person, you don't talk with that guy, you ban directly. Because there's nothing to explain to him. Yeah, some people are trash. This is the reality. So you don't speak with those guys, you ban directly and you never see them again. If you have an argument, I will stay, we will discuss, we will have a chat. But if you have a problem with me personally, then I cannot talk with you. Yeah, similar to real life. If someone doesn't like you, you don't need to talk with him because you're wasting your time. So if you know someone that doesn't like you, you will not have a discussion with him because you're wasting your time. No, trying to explain or have arguments with someone that detests you, it's a waste of time. So you don't talk with those guys. You're just wasting your time.
Must be shared equally amongst all its citizens.
Yeah. Zed, I think you're right. So next time I will take your advice, yes. It's better.
Inexhaustible.
I will actually take your advice, Zed, you're right. Also, I'm happy to see you here. So here I'm doing the second lab for Siege Ballista. We can do it in Act 8. If you do it in Act 8, you should be safe, you will not die. Just with the traps here, you need to pay attention. So with these traps, you should pay some attention. You don't want to level up gems in campaign because they don't get a lot of experience. So for Siege Ballista, you should not level it up in the campaign. If you do a red map, for example, a Hiero map with Siege Ballista gem in offhand, you get in one map more experience that you would get in all the 10 acts. So leveling Siege Ballista in the campaign, it's a total waste of time. You do one map, yellow or red, and you get much more experience than leveling the gem in the campaign. So you should not level Siege Ballista in the campaign, total waste of time.
I must have time to gather.
Yeah, don't do it.
My mana is spent.
Here it is. So one single red map tier 10 or 11, it will give you more experience than the entire campaign. So if you level a Siege Ballista from Act 1 to Act 10, in one map you get more experience than that. From a red map or even yellow map. So it's a waste of time to level up Siege Ballista in offhand in the campaign. Waste of time.
An aspirant.
We have another one. Alexander Feransky Feranov. Didn't you clickbait people by factoring service fee profit in Sekema trial video? I shown it to my brother who likes Sekema and he felt misguided. What do you mean by that? Didn't you clickbait people by factoring service fee profit? No! So that was the farm. So I explained, in Path of Exile 2 I farmed Trial of Sekema for the service fee. Yeah? So the reason I was doing Trial of Sekema to provide service. So that was the farm. I was inviting people for the service. That's the farm. Yeah? I was farming Trial of Sekema in order to invite people to do carry services and they will pay a fee. So that's the entire idea of the farm. Service fee. So what's so hard to understand? So I was very clear since the start of the video. I'm doing money by collecting service fee from Trial of Sekema. So that was the farm. I'm inviting people for the service. So I didn't bait anyone. So I was farming for the service. What's so hard to understand? You really want to trigger me? So I was very clear in the video since the start. I'm doing Trial of Sekema service carry. Service carry means that I'm inviting people, they need to pay. That's the farm. So I don't know what's your problem. I'm talking on YouTube. Man, all the Saki boys are on YouTube. Profit was in the title. Of course it was in the title, because that's the profit that I'm making. Clickbait when you explain idea after the title. Man, are you stupid? So I'm asking you, are you stupid or retarded? Go fuck yourself, you're banned. You're either stupid or retarded. Go, I don't want to see you again. Go fuck yourself. Bye. You're stupid as fuck. Go put your head in the toilet and flush down the toilet. Go fuck yourself. Ban forever. Man, you're stupid as fuck. So that was the profit that I was making. What do you want me to say? That's how I always find Trial of Sekema. I do service carry. So go in the toilet, put your head in the toilet and flush it down, and never came on my channel. You're a shit player. Fuck, go fuck yourself. Man, stupid as fuck, man. Sorry if I'm salty, but I got tired of these shit players. Oh, man, look, I need a second. I think I will stop streaming on YouTube. A lot of shit players we have on YouTube. Like a lot of them. Yeah, probably you were watching Bob 5. Probably he was watching her. Okay, let's continue. So this will give you a lot of damage and life regeneration. This is the most broken node from Hierophant. The more totems you have, the more damage you do. Now I will do shit ton of damage. And here, take whatever, I don't care. You can put quality if you want, but I don't have quality. You can also put experience, or you get a transfigure gel. Yeah, on YouTube. So 90% of the Saki boys are on YouTube. With shit questions or really hateful people. On YouTube, I don't have problems on Twitch. Okay, let's finish the campaign. I think a lot of newer players use YouTube. No, I will stop streaming on YouTube. So I'm taking it into consideration to stop streaming on YouTube. I will just do it on Twitch. So I'm really thinking about this. I will see in the future days how it goes. If it goes like this, I will stop streaming on YouTube. Or I can just shut up and ban them directly. I see the chat, ban directly. You know, I won't even say the question on stream. I will ban them directly, like Zed said. So I will ban directly, no question asked. Damage should be incredible now. Look, damage is very high. So Ritual of Awakening will give you a lot of damage, like a lot of damage. When you do the second lab, you will destroy everything with a few hits. No man, he told me that he watched the video with Trial of Sekema and he got upset that I'm doing service carry, but that was the idea of the video. So that was the farm that I was doing. I explained how I farm my Miros. I said how I farm my currency with Trial of Sekema, and I explained the biggest money maker is doing carry services for others in the start of the video. So that was the farm. Boss, thank you for saying that, and thank you for the sub. Thank you, and sorry for the drama. But we need to spice things up, otherwise the stream becomes boring, so I need to do it. Yeah, thank you for the sub. Boss, thank you for saying that. Look, not everyone on YouTube it's a pain. Bertley, thank you for saying that. So when I farm Trial of Sekema since patch 0.3, I do the carry service, yeah? That's the main component of making currency for me with Trial of Sekema. I will invite people for the carry service. Without the carry service, I will not make a lot of profit. And I was very clear in the video, you should not farm Trial of Sekema if you don't do the carry service. I was very clear in the video. So if you do Trial of Sekema without carry service, you will not make big profit. I said it. You try Siege Ballista outside Templar. I actually tried it on Scion, but it was shit. The reason Siege Ballista is so great of Ritual of Awakening. Without this node, it's shit. So the entire build, it's powerful because of this node. It gives you more damage multiplier per totem, and Siege Ballista can give you a lot of totems. Without this node, the build is dead. Yeah, so if GGG removes this node, we can say bye-bye to Siege Ballista and Shrapnel Ballista, because it will no longer be powerful. Yeah, without this node, the build is dead. You will not be able to scale a lot of damage. Okay, let's see what I can take. He was the same guy that I banned on... Oh! My boy! So this is the guy that I banned on Twitch, and he came from Twitch on YouTube. So he's the same guy that I banned today from Twitch, and he migrated to YouTube. Yeah. Maybe you're right. He got upset that I banned him on Twitch, and that's why he went on YouTube.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Probably you're right. Okay, this is a very short act. I did all the quests, yes. For the campaign, we use this setup. After the campaign, I will start making currency with the Atlas, and I will go with Blight. So the first content that I will pick will be Blight. The reason is simple. Blight, it's easy. It gives you a lot of experience and gives you a lot of early currency. A lot of bubblegum currency that you can do your initial upgrade. It's also easy. After Blight, I will transition either to Ultimatum or Ritual. But my first content for the Atlas will be Blight. I always do it this way, and it's easy, even for new players. So we farm our initial upgrades with Blight. From Blight we transition to Ritual or Ultimatum. I'll put it to the vote in the chat if you want me to do Ritual or Ultimatum tomorrow. So after I'm done with Blight, I will ask you what do you prefer. If you want me to showcase Ultimatum or Ritual. You know, I can put some MTX, why not? Yeah, I get it. So some people prefer YouTube because they have a... you know, they don't have ads on YouTube. It makes sense.
You've done well.
So they have YouTube Prime or how you call it, and you don't get ads on YouTube. That's why they watch from YouTube. Okay, I get it. You're right, actually. I mean, why, if you don't have ads on YouTube, you can just watch from YouTube. I get it. And you're right. Do you think Harvest is an option after Blight? Man, it will give you steady profit per hour, but it's not that great. You can farm Harvest if you want. The build can do Harvest, fine. But in my opinion, it's not that great on League Start. Yeah. No, it's not that great in my opinion. I prefer Ritual or Ultimatum. These are very powerful content that can make you rich very fast. You can make steady profit per hour and you can also hit it big. Like expensive divination cards, uniques, etc. So I prefer Ritual and Ultimatum.
Be careful.
1 second, we need to go here.
Be careful.
It also makes it fun, like you said, you never know what you get. You know that you can get crazy rich and that makes it more fun. You have the anticipation that you can hit it big. That's why I like Ritual and Ultimatum. If you do Harvest, everything that you can get it Life Force. So you know, you get Life Force and that's it. That's why it tends to get boring faster. Now if you want a good farm, you can do Essences. So in my opinion, farming Essences, it's you do Beasts and Essences on League Start. Even Yellow Beast you can sell. So yeah, you do Essences and Beast. You can even do them in yellow map. If you do them in yellow maps, it will be easier. Um, 24th of July, in 2 weeks. The full reveal will happen in 6 days, and the full release will be in 24th of July in 2 weeks. Yeah. You still go Unwavering Vision, yes. So when you progress your Atlas white maps and yellow maps, you don't use Scarabs usually, yeah? Few people, nobody uses Scarabs in white maps, for example. So Unwavering Vision is great. We will drop it later. So white maps, yellow maps, nobody uses Scarabs on League Start. So you don't care about the downside. Oh, Frots! Oh, my boy, thank you for the love. So heads off to you, sir. Again, thank you for the love. You always help me. Have a beautiful weekend, because today is Friday, and man, thank you a lot. That's a lot of subs. Thank you, man. So I highly appreciate it again. Hope you have a blast tomorrow. Epilana, thank you too. Now I feel bad for the drama. So I had a few minutes ago, I had some drama on YouTube, and now I feel bad. You witness drama here. So usually I'm a chill guy, I don't get upset too much, but sometimes I get angry. So even chill guys will get angry at some point. So usually I try not to get angry, yeah, but sometimes I get really upset and I simply snap. But not all the time. Yeah. Thank you, Frods. Thank you, man. Yeah, you can also have bad days. For example, I have some problems with my family currently. Yeah, maybe it affected me. So recently, for example, yesterday I started the stream late. The reason was because I visited my family. So it might be, maybe you're right with that. So it depends how you feel too. So recently, for the last few weeks, I had some problems and maybe it affected me. Okay, let's go back.
Anything.
You killed.
Okay, here it is. Take this. And I took some advice, so I speak with other people and they told me I should ban instantly. So if there is someone that you clearly see that is making problems, you should not discuss too much, you ban directly. Yeah, so in the past I was not banning anyone. So I was trying to be friendly with everyone, I just had discussions, but it doesn't work. With some people simply speaking, it doesn't work. So they don't want to listen, some of them are rude. So they are very disrespectful to you and you don't talk, you need to ban directly. This was my mistake. Yeah, especially in Path of Exile 2. I highly believe that the Path of Exile 1 community is more mature. We can even see it with the scammers. So we don't have a lot of scammers in Path of Exile 1, but in Path of Exile 2 it's like 3 times more scammers. So the community from Path of Exile 1 it's much more mature than Path of Exile 2. Let's go out. The Mirage mechanic that we have here will get removed. So this we will no longer have it in the campaign. I'm talking about the campaign, but we'll have the new mechanic. And it will add powerful items that will give you extra character power. So in the Mirage we had the support gems level 1 that you could put to your skill pool. Now we're gonna have something else. In some leagues they give you free keystones, yeah? And for Siege Ballista, if you get Ancestral Bond, it will be a big win. Because with Siege Ballista we don't take Ancestral Bond, but this will give you 1 extra totem. So yeah, if we have a league mechanic where you can get a keystone, for sure Ancestral Bond. Man, Frot already had mod. Oh, he didn't have mod. Man, now I cannot give him mod because he just subscribed and people will think that I give moderator for the subscription. No. So Frotz, I thought you had moderator. Yeah, I give Frotz blank picture and Drella moderator, but for some reason maybe I typed it wrong. Yeah. Oh no, Frotz, he's right. So I actually gave you moderator, probably I typed it wrong. Oh, my bad. Now you have it. So probably when I gave you mod, I typed it wrong. Instead of Frotz, maybe I misspelled the nickname. So he's always here, always supported me. I have no reason not to give him mod. And thank you again. Now you have it. Okay, let's see, we go here.
Must have time
in this league I want to play another build which I know to make and it's quite strong, Stormbrand. So this is another, if you play brands they are quite easy to play. It's similar to totems actually. You don't need to target too much, you put some brands on the ground, everything will die. And Stormbrand you need to scale it with crit. Thank you, welcome. If you liked Ancestral Commander, this you will enjoy it more. It's much more powerful. So after Explosive Arrow, I will transition to Siege Ballista, which is the actual build. So this is a temporary phase until we reach red maps. When I swap to Siege Ballista, it will be way better than this. You will see it tomorrow. Now I just finished the campaign. Tomorrow we do the end game. So yeah, I find brands very similar to totems. They are very easy to play. You just put a brand on the screen and everything will die. You don't need to target too much. So for new players, they should play minions, totems or brands. All three are very easy to play. Siege Ballista, it's cheap. So Replica Alberon, it's for Shrapnel Ballista with strength. So the build that I play Siege Ballista, it's very cheap. You can do tier 16 for like 3 divines or 2 divines. You will see tomorrow. So tomorrow we do the end game, and I will use very cheap items. I'll use very, very cheap items. My boy, it's like a tradition here. So you say how many gifted subs to start with something else? No. So here it's like a tradition. People that know POEGuy, they know me for Siege Ballista. I don't want to change it. So most of the people from Path of Exile 1, when they think about POEGuy, they think about Siege Ballista and Shrapnel Ballista. And I don't want to change it. Yeah. So yeah, I force myself at this point. I'm forcing myself to do the same starter. I want to league start 20 times in a row. So I need 3 more leagues and reach 20. After 20, we can do another build. So yeah. So everyone knows me for Siege Ballista starter. I also make Shrapnel. So yeah, I don't want to change it. No. I mean, yes. I don't know if yes, but no. Look, Divine Life Flask, I will actually take it. My boys, I have a better idea. Let's wait for the patch notes, because we can get buffs, we can get nerfs. So in 6 days we have the full reveal. After the stream it's an interview with Ziggy D, and then we have the patch notes. That's the most important thing. Yeah, we can get indirect nerfs, indirect buffs. But we're pretty fine because the build is not that overpowered. We're reaching 10 million, 11 million DPS. We have builds that do much more than that. Yeah. Also, we're not using unintended mechanics. We're not using broken things. So it's fine. Also, it's not a meta build, another reason. So the build is pretty fine, it's pretty balanced, the way I made it, it's great. So it's fine. My problem is with indirect changes. So they can change the skill tree, for example. Now they can add new supports. In patch 328, they tweaked the Awakened Gems, for example. So they removed Awakened Gems, Awakened added cold damage was giving us a lot of damage. They removed it. So yeah, that's my fear, indirect changes. So that's why I'm not making reminder videos on YouTube. I need to see the patch notes. So before I see the patch notes, I will not make any video on YouTube. I will stream here League Start Practice, but I will not make a video on YouTube. Because I need to see the patch notes.
Perhaps for once, something good will
Okay, we go here. This is a very short path. Oh, actually I have a skill quest. Yeah, you can do heist without problems. If you want to do heist, you need to have a medium cluster jewel with sleepless sentry, so you get onslaught. You need to have this node that gives you movement speed per totem, and you need to have a quicksilver flask too. And it's more than enough. And you have dash, you spam it. If you put dash second wind, you also spam dash second wind, you do them quite fast. Oh, I just clicked it. We need to go here. If you notice, while I move, I still use dash second wind. And you can put quality, it will give you more cooldown recovery, so you press it more often. So remember to press it all the time. Man, if you have too much movement speed, anyway, doesn't matter because you have a lot of doors. So in the blueprints and contracts, there are a lot of doors that you need to wait. Yeah. So it's like you dash, then you have a door when you need to wait for the member to open the door for you. No. It's called Shrapnel Ballista. It's a very strong build. If you want, I can show you. Type in the chat if you want to see Shrapnel Ballista. I can relog fast and I can show you. So if anyone wants to see the final version, you can type in the chat. I can relog fast and I can do Uber Maven. So Uber Maven is the hardest pinnacle boss from the game. I can show. Oh, I can show it. But it's the build fully done, yeah?
My mana is spent.
If you want to see. I mean, I will show you tomorrow. No, for the lasers, you need to close them. If you have lasers, you need to close them. Hey Ryan, welcome back. Welcome. Okay, I'm finishing the campaign. I have a Path of Exile 2 question. If you got a second, say it. Yeah, type it in the chat. My boy, thank you for the sub, man. Kamrik, have a good evening and a good weekend. Thank you. Put your question, I will help you. So type your question in the chat, I will help you. Yeah, for Warbringer Ballista, I know your guy says Fireflower +5, also mentions +6. Is +5 okay or wait for +6? Man, +6 it's very hard to get. So to get +6 is very expensive and very hard. You just get +5 and you stop. When I made the Warbringer now in patch 0.5, I got +5 myself. So you buy +5, you don't worry about +6. Just buy +5. Make sure it's uncorrupted so you can put the anoint. So you buy Fireflower with +5 and you make sure that you have the Grenadier anoint or you anoint it yourself. You don't need +6. I will actually remove from the build guide. I will remove +6. I will just keep +5. So +6, it's ultra expensive, man. It's like very, very expensive. After I finish the act, I will put some MTX.
My mana is spent.
Mana Flask, by the way, you can drop it. Yeah? So at this point, we have a lot of life regeneration and a lot of mana regeneration. Check. Yeah, so you can skip Mana Flask. You can keep one because some of the enemies will drain your mana. So there are some rare enemies that will drain mana. Maybe you put one Mana Flask. So you regenerate mana very, very fast.
At last.
If you have a skirmish quiver, which is very cheap weapon on day 1, you have 8 totems. So there is a red quiver skirmish, you can use it. And instead of 7, you'll have 8 totems. Much more damage. It's like 1 chaos on day 1.
Through darkness and blood withdraw.
Okay, last act. Let me relog and get some MTX. And I will show you something very cool that we currently don't have in Path of Exile 2. I wish we had it. So this is my main character from Mirage League. And I have some cool MTX. Where? Oh shit, it's not here. Maybe here? Oh. Let me check here. Maybe here? Here it is. So here I have some cool MTX. There is a mannequin that can hold all your MTX at once, so you don't need to wait too much. So you go here, and you swap everything on the mannequin. Everything, all the MTX, and you can get everything with one click. Let's take it. You don't need to put them one by one yourself. Give me a sec. So you go to that mannequin and you swap the MTX and you get everything with one click. Yeah, you don't need to go and select each piece by yourself. One click. So these are mannequins and they can hold a full set of MTX, including portals, portrait, everything. You swap it here and you take it back. Very useful. I wish we had this in Path of Exile 2. Okay, Act 10. No, this is cheap. We go here.
You there, Exile. I am in need of your services once more. Help me.
You know, I like MTX that gives you slight utility. For example, this one. It shows me how many enemies I killed. It gives you a small utility. You can realize if the map is very just or not. So this is another MTX that I like. I have a cloak attachment that tells me how many enemies I killed. Yeah, it gives you some information. It's not bad. No, Shrapnel Ballista is superior. So someone says, do you think instead of Shrapnel we transition to Kinetic? Fuck Kinetic Fuselage Shrapnel. Let me show you. Yeah, so you asked me about, someone on YouTube asked me about Shrapnel. Look, this is Shrapnel Ballista. I will demonstrate how powerful it is. Let me go to the hideout and I'm gonna do Uber Maven, which is the hardest Uber from the game, yeah? Give me a second. Here I'm out of currency because I did some expensive gambles. Before I quit the league for Path of Exile 2, I did some expensive gambles. Okay, so Uber Maven, we go to fragments. This is the fragment. Let's see the damage, yeah? So this is Shrapnel Ballista, my best in slot build from the game. And this is Uber Maven, the hardest Uber from the game. This is way superior to Kinetic Fuselage. Uber Maven. This is Uber Maven. Look, you can see it here. Area level 85. 70% less damage. Yeah, Uber Maven much harder than regular Maven. And this is the hardest pinnacle boss from the game. This is the hardest fight for a lot of people. It's not just about the damage, this is also ultra tanky. So this setup, it's also ultra tanky. It can do even Simulacrum, it can do 5 ways, Simulacrum, Blight Ravage maps, etc. So it's extremely tanky too. It's not just damage, it's also extremely tanky. It can farm Simulacrum without problems. No, this is the hardest pinnacle boss. When people ask me which is the hardest boss from the game, I will say Uber Maven. People fail the memory puzzle game, they fail the lasers. So this is the hardest pinnacle boss. For Sirius it's very easy. You can get the Chaos Inoculation, you make a build with Chaos Inoculation and you can do it easy. Oh! Oh! So yeah, you need to memorize the patterns, yeah? So this it's has nothing to do with the build, has with my skill, you know, I suck. Build is great, I just suck. Just like this I did it. So this is better than Kinetic Fuselage, way better. Now let's finish the campaign. You're a sucky boy! Let me use this flask. Oh! Oh, I need to walk back again. It is what it is. Can this build do field on day one? Of course not. So this build can unlock fully the Atlas by day 2 and day 3. Now depends how much you play. I shown all the time. I fully unlock my Atlas by day 3. Let's say day 3. So you get all the bonus objectives, then the voice stones by day 3. I did it many times. That's not cheap. So for that build, it's not cheap. You need like... if you want to get the Shrapnel build, minimum 100 divines. Minimum 100. Now that build also had Mage Blood and other things, much more expensive. But this League Starter that I'm playing, it's very cheap. You can do all the content in tier 16 for like 1 free diviners. You will see tomorrow. So today we finish the campaign, tomorrow you see the end game. Yeah. Today is just the campaign. So I like to start with Vilenta here and then we continue. It will give you a skill point. It's solo self... No. So the build is not hardcore viable and it's not solo self-found viable. When we transition to Siege Ballista, there are some mandatory uniques. In trade, those uniques are cheap, even on day 1. But if you play solo self-found, you don't have them. So it's not solo self-found viable. I mean, those uniques, you can get them from heist. You can stay with Explosive Arrow and you farm some heist. And when you have them, you can transition to Siege Ballista. But on solo self-found, you might struggle to get a Timeless Jewel, for example. Or Split Personality from Simulacrum. So I cannot recommend it for solo self-found, sorry. Let's go here.
Must have time to gather.
So this part with Explosive Arrow, yes, you can make it, but in tier 16 we're gonna play Siege Ballista, which is the actual build. So this is a temporary phase just to finish the campaign. Now, if you're curious about the progression, you can check my videos from patch 0.5. I mean, from Mirage League, sorry. So on my YouTube channel, in Mirage League, I showed my progression, daily summaries with the build. You can see how it went. Don't worry, I'll make a reminder video where I will show everything after the patch notes. So on YouTube, I'll make a reminder video with the build. Okay, let's go to town.
This is no living
Let's see. We go here.
It is farewell.
Another thing that I need to tell you, after you kill Solaris and Lunaris in Act 8, I recommend you take this one. It will make you move faster and also physical damage reduction. So in Act 8, you kill Solaris and Lunaris, you take directly this one, it's quite big. And you can also kill Shakari. Even in the campaign. Before you kill Kitava, you need to do the last lab. Yeah, the last lab. After you kill Kitava, you get a resistance penalty and your resistances will go down. That's why. It will be harder to do the lab if you kill Kitava. Between you and me, I'm more hyped for tomorrow when we're gonna do some end game. So for me, the campaign is boring. I had to show it on stream, but it's very boring. It's much more fun when you farm, you know, Ultimatum or Ritual in tier 16. I will use very cheap items too. So to showcase the power of the build, I will use on purpose very cheap items. I'm gonna showcase it tomorrow. When I say very cheap, I mean 1 free Divine Orbs. I got to thinking, what was the faster way one could transition to Shrapnel? I found on POE Ninja someone that did it on day 4. So yeah, the mandatory item if you want to speed rush Shrapnel, it's Replica Alber on the boots. So that's the most important part. The only problem is on day 1 and day 2, nobody sells it. And when it appears on the market, it will be very expensive. So the first Replica Alberon that you will see on the market will be like 50 divines, 70 divines, which you will not have on day 3. So the guy that you've seen on POE Ninja probably was helped by friends or by the credit card or something. Because you cannot buy Replica Alberon on day 2, day 3. It's like 70 divine ones. Yeah, you cannot farm that much, maybe if you do something. Or maybe he got a lucky drop. So I tried to think about it. I even tried to go with strength stacking with fire damage. So you can also stack strength and you go with fire damage instead of chaos damage, but it was not great. The best way to do it, it's from Siege Ballista, you transition later to Shrapnel. And this is the best way to do it. I tried. Man, there are a lot of people I've seen even on my Discord. So there was a guy with he had a build, yeah, multi-mirror. He had a build that he invested multiple mirrors and he didn't know how to beat regular Maven. So he had 3 mirrors of Calandra build and he didn't know the mechanics for Maven. I mean, let's be serious. He had a very expensive build, multiple mirrors, and he didn't know the mechanics for Maven. Which Maven you need to do for the Void Stone. So it's a pretty basic boss that you need to know. Can basic Shrapnel do Uber bosses? Yes, I did it many times on stream. Many times. So the moment I transition to Shrapnel, if you know the boss mechanics, you can do Ubers. Even in Mirage League, I transition to Shrapnel. I went directly to Ubers just to showcase the power. But you need to know the boss mechanics. Yeah? So the moment you transition from Siege to Shrapnel, you can farm Ubers. As long as you know the boss mechanics. Even in this league, I will do it again. So I transition to Shrapnel, I go directly to Ubers. People that are carrying Maven, usually they play in a party. They have a killer and an aura bot, and they split the profit. I actually have in my friend list a couple of guys, they play together, and one is an aura bot, one is the killer, and they do service for the Void Stones, yeah. They recruit people from the trade channels. It's very profitable, but again, you need an aura bot. On the league start, day 2, day 3, you need aura bot. Let's go here. Put the totems closer to the boss because we're using point blank. You do more damage.
now, my
So this keystone, if you put totems closer to the boss, you do more damage. You put them farther away from the boss, you do less damage. So make sure you always put close to the boss. And now we can kill Kitava. But before we kill Kitava, let's do the last lab. We do it now. Let me check something. You know, my physical damage reduction, it's quite low. When I do the first lab, you get permanent endurance charges will go up.
The goddess.
Need to be careful with the traps, they do physical damage, yeah? I will need to subtract like 30 minutes because I made a lot of pauses on stream, yeah? We even had some drama. So after I kill Kitava, I will put minus 30 minutes. I shown the guide, I explained a lot of things, I stopped the stream multiple times. So yeah. I'll put /play, then we subtract 30 minutes. We go here. No, here it's on a dead end.
I must have time to gather.
No, especially at the start. I opened the build guide. We talked a little about the build guide. Yeah. Here it is.
The weary traveler draws close to the ember shall never be awoken. Are you a martyr? You were born for this. Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
No, on YouTube there was a guy that yeah, so he came on YouTube, he was upset. I was saying that I don't make clickbait thumbnails or titles, which is true, and a guy on YouTube said, well, in Trial of Sekema video that you made, you did a Ascendancy carry service and that's cheating. And I said it's not cheating because that was my farm, yeah, and he told me to shut the fuck up and I got upset. So when I farm Trial of Sekema, I do the service carry, and that's how I make my currency. That's the farm that I do. He was upset because why I did the carry, but that's the farm. That's why I did the carry, because it's part of the farm. When I farm Trial of Sekema, I invite people for the carry service, and they will pay a fee. That's the farm. But he didn't understand, was worried, so very rude to me, and I just banned him. He kept saying to shut the fuck up for some reason. This I want to open. When I see an Alchemist box, I usually open, especially unique. Okay. Have a golden key.
I must have time to gather.
golden door.
For the flask, you have it in the guide. We can use the granite until you get the jewel with the sleepless entries. You can also use a silver flask. Also gives you some attack speed.
Gold is the most liberating of metals.
Flame wood is slow. You don't want to do flame wood in heist because the totems need to get attacked before they do the damage. So flame wood totems for heist sounds terribly bad. So for the totems to start attacking, they need to get attacked. And that's why they are slow. So I would personally not use flame wood totems for heist. It's slow.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands.
You want to kill everything fast, not to wait for the totems to get attacked. You know, you're wasting a lot of time.
Be singular of purpose. By the goddess, what ambition! Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
Okay, we check here. I need to go slightly to the right. So I don't need to open POE Lab. There is a website called POE Lab. You don't need it. Here you see clearly when you need to go. So if I go to the left, it will be a dead end. If I go to the right, it keeps going forward. So here I know that I need to go to the right and I will find the exit. Yeah, you don't need POE Vault. Just check here with the pillars. Not POE Vault, I mean POE Lab. You don't need POE Lab. So there is a website that shows you the layout for the lab. You really don't need it. Yeah. So now I know that the exit will be here. So this is the exit. Here. And we check. You see? Here is the exit. Now the second room, again, we check with the pillar. So if I go to the left, we have the boss. If I go slightly to the right, we have a dead end. Yeah? I mean, in this part, it's not that relevant, but you should check the pillar each time.
I must have time to gather my will.
So there are two exits, one to the left, one to the right, always. So I go here. Here is the exit, no? Oh shit. What I told you, to the left. Yeah, it was to the left. Shh. Which will be this one. This is the to the left. That's to the right. I mean, they all like to look to the right, but this is slightly to the left. See, this is slightly to the left, this is to the right.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, the empire awaits you with open jaws.
No, I didn't say that.
Are you a martyr?
No! Yeah!
Your destination.
Oh, I got hit by something.
Than the journey, Ascendant.
No. Something hit me for a lot of damage. You want the song? I have another channel where I have music. One moment. Check the Twitch chat. Oh. Yeah. Click on that, check the Twitch chat, and I have some music uploaded there. Now we take this one, check my physical damage. So I have 40%, we take these two. Now I have 56. You should not start mapping without the third lab unlocked. It gives you permanent 4 endurance charges, it's very useful. Now here, take whatever, I don't care. Input actually quality. Or 50 million to a gem, that's also a lot. If you want, you can even go for Transfigure Gem. I don't want.
Banner. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Now we finish the campaign. I'll put played after I finish. We need to subtract like 30 minutes. I made a lot of breaks on stream. So yeah, I'll put minus 40 minutes. On League Start I drink a lot of coffee, yes. Usually 3-4 cups of coffee. I tend to play like 12 hours per day when we have a League Start. Yeah, 12 hours per day. So the first 20 days of a League Start, usually I stream 10 hours or 12 hours. And if I feel bad, I will stream 8 hours, but I stream a lot. I play a lot on League Start. Yeah, you can go with my Atlas tree. So initially I go with Blight. Blight will give me a lot of experience and initial currency to get my initial upgrades, yeah? After Blight I will transition either to Ritual or Ultimatum. So from Blight, when I get close to red maps, I will make a transition to Ritual or Ultimatum. I will go with Ultimatum, pretty sure. If you don't like Ultimatum, you can do Ritual. It's very profitable on League Start. You get a lot of fractured bases, synthesized bases, a lot of bubblegum currency, you get omens, you get corpses. It's great for League Start Ritual. So you make steady profit. Let me check. Let me check. Can you read this chat?